Madam Clerk, if we can have the roll call, please.
Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandow. Councilmember Capriello is calling in teleconference today. Councilmember Capriello? Capriello?
Here.
Okay, he's here. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Soria. And Council President Bain.
Here. If we can all stand, we're going to have the invocation by Pastor Gary Lee of the River Park Bible Church, and then remain standing as we will salute the flag.
Good morning, everyone. Let's go pray together and bow our heads. To the God of the universe, we want to acknowledge you as the one who has always existed and has made everything, made the universe, made each person in this room and who's present here. And so we want to acknowledge you, and I want to just thank you for the leaders here that serve you, serve the city that you have placed them in, that you have called them to care for this city with the wisdom and the integrity and the humility and the insight that you have given them to serve the people of the city, who you care for very much because you are the God of this city and have placed the people of this city here. And it's very clear in the scriptures that you call your people to submit to your leaders. So we pray for humility and grace to do just that. And Father, at the same time, you call us to pray for our leaders. So we thank you for your leaders. We thank you for placing them in office in their respective roles. And Father, we pray, Lord, for just what I probably care more and you care more the most, that we would be people of integrity, people of character, people that would use our experience and wisdom and apply it appropriately to the given situations. I know, and you know, and we know there's a lot of challenges, a lot of joys, a lot of burdens. And so, Father, we look to you for insight and wisdom and harmony and unity and common ground. And so, Father, we pray, Lord, that you would be honored this day. We lift up the agenda to you. God, we pray, Lord, that you would lead and guide and grant discernment. And, Lord, that this meeting would honor you for the benefit of those who live and work in this city. In your name we pray. Amen.
Please face the flag. Ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag.
All right, we will start our day off with a few ceremonial presentations. First up, we're going to have the presentation of the SPCA Pet of the Month by Councilmember Soria.
Good morning. So I am here today to present a little guy. He is 1 month old. His name? Donnie. His name is Donnie, and he came in as a stray. So we are here just to present him, make sure that folks know that there's opportunity to adopt dogs through SPCA. And so I'll let her name? Elia say a few words.
Hi guys, good morning. So I'm here from the SPCA. Again, this is a little Donnie, a Chihuahua Terrier. Just like him, we have many more at the shelter that are in need of a home. He actually came in with a group of siblings, so there's a little litter that look just like him, very, very cute, and again, in need of a home. And then the last bit of information we wanted to remind you guys is that unfortunately we do have a spread of leptospirosis in the dog parks and things like that. So when you take your dogs out, definitely be reminded to vaccinate for lepto. It's something that's going around. We already have 9 confirmed cases, and it is something that is transmittable to humans through urine, soil, and the grass area. So definitely be careful of that, and just make sure to go to your local vet to get vaccinated for that. And then again, also, if you're interested in adopting, just check out our website. We have many more little guys that are available for adoption. Not just dogs and cats, but we also have horses, bunnies, hamsters, rabbits, turtles, pretty much anything you could think of. We have it at the SPCA, so a whole group of animals. So thank you guys so much for your time. Thank you.
So thank you, Elia. Again, thank you, and we encourage folks to go visit our SPCA to adopt an animal that needs a home. Thank you.
All right, next we will have a proclamation of the 25th anniversary of Americans with Disabilities Act by Councilmember Soria.
So I want to call up Shannon and then also Bob Hand. So I'm here this morning presenting a certificate in recognition of the 25th anniversary of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So thank you, Shannon, for reaching out to our office, and thank you, Bob, for being here this morning to present the certificate. So the ADA was signed into law back in July 26 of 1990 by President Bush. So the theme of this anniversary really emphasizes disability rights are civil rights. So I am a proud sponsor, along with a number of my colleagues, of this proclamation because I know that here in the city of Fresno, we have done a great amount of work, and we continue to do a great amount of work to comply and fulfill really this ADA law, so 25 years of it. I know that in my district, we are right now replacing some of the corner ramps for accessibility to ensure that people with ADA needs are able to access our communities, make sure that the paths are accessible to them. So I'm very thankful for the work that the city of Fresno is doing. So we know that the ADA gives civil rights protections to individuals with disability, similar to those provided to individuals on the basis of race, color, gender, national origin, age, orientation, and religion. This is really a landmark legislation that established a clear and comprehensive national mandate for the elimination of discrimination against individuals with disabilities. Again, very important to ensure that all people, regardless, have access to our community. We know from stories and what we've seen in our community that the ADA has really expanded opportunities for Americans with disabilities by reducing really barriers, changing perceptions, and increasing full participation in our community life. So we want to thank the staff that works on ADA issues in our community. We want to thank Bob Hand, who works with a nonprofit that has been a champion on these issues, and I'm actually proud to say that we are partnering with Bob Hand to open up our Inspiration Park, which again will be a fully accessible park for our disabled community. So I am proudly presenting the certificate to all of you for the work that you guys do, and really in recognition of the 25th anniversary. So I'll let you say a few words.
Thank you. We are proud and honored for the work that we do with the city of Fresno. You know, for over 200 years in our country, people with disabilities were locked away in institutions, or if they stayed at home and anybody came to the house, they're locked away and told that, you know, they're not full human beings. So we're proud to be part of this process and working closely with the city to make sure that all of our citizens have equal rights within our community. Thank you.
Can I take a picture? I'm good. Well, and again, I want to thank each and every staff member here for the city for the things that you do every day, big and small, to make sure that everybody has equal opportunity and equal rights to enjoy the services that we provide to our community. So thank you again.
I have to say, We have people from city parks here, and we are so proud to be working with them because this park, Inspiration Park, is going to be an outstanding demonstration of commitment on the part of the city.
And I'll just add, with an aging population, we will see an increase in terms of people that need that accessibility and equal rights. So again, it is a legislation that will help everyone through our community to have equal access. So thank you again for the work that you guys do.
Hello? Hello, this is Paul.
Hey, Cap, we're taking pictures at ceremonials right now.
For what?
Esmeralda was taking pictures with the American for Disabilities Act proclamation.
Hello?
All right. Next, we will have the presentation of the 5th anniversary of the Fresno Food Expo. We're going to have the Office of Economic Development.
Good morning, Fresno City Council. As many of you, my name is Amy Fuentes. I work in the Mayor and City Manager's Office and in the Office of Economic Development. As many of you may know, next week will mark the 5th annual Fresno Food Expo. We'll be celebrating our 5th anniversary, so I thought this would be a great time to come back and update you guys on how this event has grown, the economic development impact that it's had for the companies that are located and headquartered here in the San Joaquin Valley, and just, really help you guys understand what a big impact this has had on our overall community. In the audience, I do have with me Julie Maldonado from Baker Peterson Franklin, Denver Schutz from Gowan Farming. You'll actually hear from both of them in just a minute. But I also have Jeff Johnston from MJR Creative Group. They're a local marketing firm here who does all of the design, website, everything you see with the Fresno Food Expo name on it. They do it. I also have David Nelchalgen here from David Nelchalgen Inc. They do all of the sales, exhibitor, sponsorship sales. This is a fully industry-funded event, so their team works year-round to help make this happen. So back in 2010, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, one of the ideas that I'm very fond of, she said, Amy, let's bring together some local food and beverage companies from the San Joaquin Valley. Let's bring them in, and then let's bring their customers to them. And our goal really is going to be to help them increase their sales. What the city will see from that is an increase in jobs, increase in sales, and the growth of local companies. So the Fresno Food Expo, it's an economic development initiative started by the City of Fresno and developed in partnership with the Fresno Food Expo Advisory Committee, Cohen Communications, David Nelchalgen Inc., and MJR Creative Group. The goal of this initiative started and still is to increase economic activity for food and beverage companies headquartered in the San Joaquin Valley, our region's largest export-oriented industry. On December 6, 2010, the Fresno Food Expo was launched as an exclusive regional food show that offers San Joaquin Valley's finest food growers, producers, brewers, winemakers an opportunity to connect with key buyers from international, domestic, regional, and local food and beverage buying channels. This provides a platform for participating companies to network, share industry relationships, create new business contacts, and increase their exposure to broader sales opportunities. At the time we launched the first ever Fresno Food Expo on December 6th of 2010, we did not have any buyers, any exhibitors signed up, This was all just in concept. But we launched with the support of our Industry Advisory Committee, who believed in what we were trying to do. With the support of this committee since day one, we have become the nation's largest regional food show. Members of this committee include presidents and CEOs from the following companies: Certified Meat Products and JD Food, Wawona Frozen Foods, Fowler Packing, La Tapatia, Gowan Farming, Baker Peterson Franklin, Valley Lavash Baking Company, and Enzo Olive Oil Company. Just 3 months later, after our initial launch, we had 65 participating food and beverage companies from the Fresno, Madera, Kings, and Tulare counties. We had 196 buyers, 476 members of the public, and 17 sponsors. That was at our first annual Fresno Food Expo. At that first annual Food Expo, we provided a platform for 2 companies to actually launch their business, both of which I'm sure you've heard of. PDQ, who later then opened their own retail store. They are now in all of Northern California Costco stores and expanding her product into a whole line of gluten-free products. Through the Fresno Food Expo, she was able to make industry connections with Wawona Frozen Foods, who's now co-packing her product, and that enables her to meet the standards and the demands of Costco wholesale. Deb's Gourmet, those great smoky pickled jalapenos that are actually now sold at Grizzly Stadium. They launched at the first Fresno Food Expo. Their company is now in approximately 400 retail stores in 6 states, and as of last September, they're in 40 Save Mart supermarkets. In the 2012 Fresno Food Expo, we had 84 participating food and beverage companies, 419 buyers, 650 members of the public, and approximately 25 sponsors for that show. In 2012, we formed our partnership with the Center for International Trade Development from the State Center Community College District. Through this partnership, we were able to offer exhibiting companies an opportunity for export training and to begin exporting their products. That year, they were able to meet with 25 international buyers from Southeast Asia, Mexico, Canada, and South America. Since 2012, we've been able to bring in over 100 qualified international buyers to the Fresno Food Expo for local companies to export their products. In 2013, we had 106 participating food and beverage companies, 626 buyers, over 1,100 members of the public, and 31 sponsors. 2013 was a big year for us. Union Bank signed on for a 3-year commitment of $75,000 a year, totaling $225,000. We moved our annual event from March to July to incorporate the Valley's prime growing season. We launched our annual New Product Awards presented by Baker Peterson Franklin. Since its launch in 2013, we have seen 97 new products come to market. At this year's expo, we will see an additional 32 products, ranging from Sriracha sun-dried tomato ketchup, lactose-free chocolate milk, and convenient to-go packs of salami and mini peppers. At the 2014 Expo, we had 126 participating food and beverage companies, 702 buyers, over 1,000 members of the public, and 35 sponsors. Over the past 4 years, we have seen a number of successes that have come out of the Fresno Food Expo. Rosa Brothers started participating in 2013 after only 6 months of being in business. After meeting some major retailers, including Save Mart and Safeway, they are now in over 50 large retail stores and 50 independent retail stores. On the show floor last year, La Tapatia was approached by Walmart Online, who has since ordered 8 containers of tortilla chips. That's 6,400 cases of chips they are now exporting through this account that they met at the Fresno Food Expo. Dairy Goddess, Farmstead Cheese out of Tulare, they met a Whole Food buyer in 2013. They now service 35 Northern California Whole Food stores, all of which has resulted in a 35% increase to their overall company sales since they first started participating in the Fresno Food Expo. So the growth that we've seen since 2011, we have doubled our participation from food and beverage companies from the San Joaquin Valley. Our buyer participation has increased by almost 400%. We have to cap the public event, actually, at 1,000 public people every year, and our sponsorship partners have also doubled. Those are the results that we have seen from the Fresno Food Expo and the greater impact that it's had on local companies. I absolutely hope to see all of you guys there at the 5th Annual Fresno Food Expo. I do want to invite up 2 of our partners just to say a few words because I think it's important to hear from the industry why they continue to support this event. So I will first invite up Julie Maldonado from Baker Peterson Franklin, and then you'll hear from Denver Schutz from Gowan Farming.
Good morning. Baker Peterson Franklin is a 98-year-old accounting firm based in Fresno and specializes in agriculture and food processing. Through our client base, we are extremely familiar with the Valley's vast ag base and variety of food producers who define our area as the breadbasket of the world. Our firm publishes a financial ag newsletter, sponsors the annual Ag Business Award, and is actively involved in numerous ag organizations. We became involved with the Fresno Food Expo 3 years ago and are the presenting sponsor of the New Product Awards. The New Product Award program showcases food products with the objective of creating economic benefit for Fresno and the Valley. Our sponsorship helps to create an opportunity for these local companies to succeed in the global marketplace, thus contributing to the success of our community as a whole. As a conservative CPA firm, Baker Peterson Franklin is very selective with the organizations we partner with. Fresno Food Expo is well run and respected, professional, and growing. Our firm is actively involved with the expo. I serve on the advisory committee. Our firm is very involved with the New Product Award preview event and judging process. We provide financial training to the expo exhibitors, and we are on the new Fred Reese Entrepreneur Award selection committee for the expo. It is critical that our Valley continues to stay top of mind when it comes to food in every category. The expo builds that much-needed awareness on a much broader scale. Baker Peterson Franklin looks forward to continuing our partnership with the Food Expo and thanks the City of Fresno for supporting this economic event annually. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Denver Schutz, and I'm with Growan Farming. Growan Farming is a family-owned company who's been farming in the San Joaquin Valley since 1938. We're the nation's largest grower of stone fruit, which includes peaches, plums, and nectarines, and one of the Valley's largest grower of table grapes. This is our 4th year participating at the Fresno Food Expo. The Fresno Food Expo is a unique event that has become one of the premier regional food shows in the country. Our company recognized this opportunity and knew it was something we had to become involved in. The Expo provides a platform for us to tell our story and support this Valley-wide initiative. Participating at the Fresno Food Expo provides value in many ways. At the Expo, we are able to make new connections with both companies and consumers, letting them know who Growan Farming is and what we do. We are able to exhibit, which includes showing and sharing our fruit, make personal connections, and build brand awareness for our company. There really isn't another show like the Fresno Food Expo that provides a special combination of both consumers and buyers at the same event. Growan Farming is a huge proponent of the show, and we want to see it continue to grow this year and beyond. I would like to thank Mayor Swearingen, the City of Fresno, and the City Council for all their support. Without your help, the Expo really wouldn't be where it is today. Finally, I would like to thank Amy Fuentes. Her leadership has been instrumental in the growth and direction of the Fresno Food Expo. Amy's an excellent communicator, has tremendous vision, and is just a great person to work with. I look forward to working with her, the City of Fresno, and their staff for years to come. Thank you, Amy. Job well done. I'd like to turn the podium back over to Amy for some closing comments.
So I'm sure all of you will find some tickets to next week's Fresno Food Expo in your office today. I encourage you to invite your family, your friends, your loved ones. Come out and enjoy this monumental event. You will not be disappointed, and you will definitely not leave hungry. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you. Next up, we have the presentation of the Pride Team Certificates for the summer quarter 2015. And then there will be a reception immediately following the presentations of the certificates.
Okay, you know what, it does work. I was going to say, I don't think it works. You want to do opening? You want to do opening? Okay. Okay, well, I'll get started then. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming today. We really appreciate you joining us for this celebration. We're here to honor our employees of the quarter for the summer of 2015. And this is where the peers honor their coworkers for good work done, for making innovations, for just displaying the kind of quality we want our employees to display. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our airports department. And if we can have our directors come up. The first employee is David Schonauer. David is known to his coworkers as Flash, and he has been an airport's nights maintenance lead worker for 2 years, which includes supporting FAT's international flights, including customs and borders protection facilities. David's friendly personality and willingness to go above and beyond has earned him numerous accolades for those he assists, both passengers and custom officers. Dave has a calming effect in a very stressful and highly regulated environment, all in addition to his regular airfield duties, which include inspections and supervision of his night team, and all with a smile, even at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's worth the pleasure to announce Dave Schonauer as Airport Summer 2015 Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations. Our next department is the City Attorney's Department, and we'd like to recognize Tony Hunter. Tony joined the City Attorney's Office in 1997 as a legal secretary. Since that time, Tony has served the office with dedication, utmost loyalty, and enthusiasm. Tony is a key member of the litigation unit. Among Tony's outstanding qualities is her ability to prioritize multiple deadlines, organize volumes of documents, and maintain her efficiency and cool in a fast-paced practice. Tony demonstrates a high level of professionalism in a demanding and stressful environment. Tony's multi-talented qualities stem from her honesty and her accountability. Tony is truly a gem. It is with great pleasure and pride that the City Attorney's Office recognizes Tony as our Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations. So this next department is near and dear to my heart because it's my department. We'd like to recognize Cindy Brewer for the City Clerk's Department. Cindy Brewer has consistently performed her job efficiently, accurately, and with a keen knowledge gained through years of service. During this year's citywide budget preparation process, Cindy used her superb organizational skills to coordinate agendas, material for budget hearings, and council meetings, vital to passing the budget on time. I think we had about 30-some meetings in the month of June because we had budget plus regular council meeting. It was very, very busy. So she did an outstanding job. During this process, she was thorough, timely, and accommodating. Cindy's ability, easy approachability, willingness to help, and great sense of humor makes her a great employee at the City of Fresno. The City Clerk's Office is fortunate to have her. The Council and the City Clerk's Office thank Cindy for her service. Congratulations, Cindy.
All right.
Thank you. And let's see, the next department is DARM. And we would like to honor Jesse Morrison. Jesse here? Doesn't look like Jesse is here. I'll tell you a little bit about her. She's been with the city for over 20 years. And she's an awesome person and a wonderful co-worker. No one has his vast knowledge knowledge and experience of the city's municipal code, so that's his expertise. He's extremely deserving of this recognition, and they'd like to congratulate Jesse and thank you for giving all of your service every day. Your devotion and diligence is being noticed, and it's very much appreciated. The next department is finance, and we'd like to recognize Jean Thomas Reynolds. Jean has an amazing quarter. She's had an amazing quarter. Along with keeping her normal workload up to date and customers continuing to praise her work, Jean administered 2 high-profile complicated bids for the Bus Rapid Transit Project, BRT. The first was a procurement of buses for the BRT system with tight deadlines to ensure the buses are manufactured and ready for operation when the construction is completed. The second was a construction of the BRT system with tight deadlines, complicated job specifications, and regulatory issues for multiple agencies. Jean worked with staff from the Fresno Air Express and Public Works to ensure procurement was out to bid on time to meet the construction schedule. During the quarter, Jean worked with our online procurement vendor, Planet Bids, to set up a calendar that posts bids opening and closing dates in an easy-to-read format. For all of her contributions to our organization, we are proud to nominate Jane for the Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations. Let's see, the next department is the fire department, and we have a few from the fire department, and we'd like to start with Brad Driscoll. Captain Brad Driscoll began his career with the City of Fresno Fire Department on January 2nd, 2001, and assumed the position of Department Safety and Wellness Officer in May 2013. Brad has revamped the Safety and Wellness program in several key ways. Brad also was instrumental in the implementation of the department's first certified infection control officer program, which provides a system whereby department infectious control officers can consult between fire department personnel and healthcare providers during an initial treatment and acting in efficiencies while reducing employee time loss. Brad's focus has consistently been on the safety and wellness of the members of the department. Congratulations, Captain Driscoll, and thank you. Next in the fire department is Brandon Griffith. Firefighter Brandon Griffith has 9 years of service with the Fresno Fire Department, including assignments at some of the most active fire companies in the city. An example of Brandon's steadfast attitude was his performance on March 29th of this year at the Cortland incident, where a mayday was called for Fire Captain Pete Dern, who had fallen through the roof of a burning garage into an inferno. Through the efforts of many firefighters, including Captain Brandon, Captain Dern survived the incident and is on the road to recovery. In the following day of the traumatic accident on March 29th, Brandon's crew was dispatched to a 2-alarm fire on North Echo Avenue. While crews responded, it was reported that a woman was trapped in a back room of the home. A 3-person crew entered the bedroom and located the victim. Rescue efforts proved successful as she survived the effects with injuries. For his professionalism and commitment to his fellow firefighters, Brandon has been nominated as Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations, Firefighter Griffin. Thank you for your service. Next is Christine Wilson from the Fire Department. Investigator Christine Wilson began her career with the Fresno Fire Department 13 years ago on July 1st, 2002. Since that time, she has continued to distinguish herself as an exceptional employee. After promoting a firefighter specialist, Christine broadened her field of expertise by competing for and securing a position on the department's investigations team on January 29, 2007. During 8.5 years as a team investigator, Christine has acquired over 1,500 hours of formal training in various areas of law enforcement and fire investigation. During her tenure, Christine has accomplished significant successes, including participating in approximately 921 cases, 142 investigations, and 34 citations. For these accomplishments and the self-sacrifice she has consistently demonstrated, Investigator Wilson is the Employee of the Quarter for the summer 2015. Congratulations, Christine. Our next department is Information Services Department, and we would like to recognize Tina Yor. Tina is such an upbeat, positive person. Her spirit of giving and supporting the ISD staff is greatly appreciated. Tina interacts with everyone in the department as well as many other staff citywide. Carolyn Hogg, CIO, calls her the heart of the department. Tina recently was promoted to principal account clerk and taken on greater responsibilities with diligence and care. When Tina comes to a particular challenging situation, like with some of the recent cell phone bills, she can often be heard laughing the stress away and taking it all in with stride. She creates positive energy that city employees need. Tina shines for ISD and the city of Fresno. Congratulations, Tina. Now we're going to move over to Parks Department. And we'd like to start off recognizing Jose Morales. Josie, I'm so sorry, Josie Morales. When the Parks Department's special events section found itself without support staff this year, Josie volunteered to take on extra duties and fulfill in for approximately 6 weeks until a replacement was found. She has a positive attitude and provided excellent service to the special events customers, even while maintaining her regular workload. Jose is friendly, energetic, a hard worker, and takes pride in her work, going above and beyond when she can. She likes being challenged at work, and at the gym, she can swing a mean kettlebell. The park staff thanks Josie for all of her hard work. Congratulations. Next, we'd like to recognize Gilbert Perez. Gilbert is the go-to guy for the Parks Department when it comes to opening the swimming pools each year and keeping them running throughout the long, hot summer. This year, he played an instrumental role installing a new sand filter system for the Mosquito Pool. Gilbert had to remove the old metal filter before the new filters and plumbing could be installed. His skill and organization made for a flawless transition during each phase of the project and made a major overhaul to the filter system effortlessly. Gilbert saved the Parks Department approximately over $2,000 doing the work in-house. The Parks Department congratulates Gilbert for being selected as the Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations. Our next nominee is absent today, but I will tell you a little bit about them. They're from the Personnel Services Department, and they've only been here a short time, and during this short time, his name is Bill Merriman. During this short time, he has quickly become accustomed to his job duties as the primary recruitment and classification analyst. Bill has been recognized by his customers, co-workers, and supervisors as a dedicated, effective, and astute professional who is always willing to lend a hand with a smile. Bill consistently demonstrates a strong work ethic and sound judgment and initiative, and we look forward to his continued growth and development in the human resources field with the City of Fresno. So congratulations to Bill. And now we'll move to the police department. And the police department also enters some very interesting nominations because they always tell a story about what's going on with them, and it's very interesting. So the first person is Mickey Burrow. Is he here? That's it. Mickey is a crime scene investigation technician, and he was hired by the police department in February 3rd, 1997. And during that time, Mickey has received multiple commendations from detectives for the quality of his crime work in photography. During the last 18 months, Mickey received commendations from the chief for his work in identifying homicide and carjacking suspects in 2 different high-profile cases. In each case, he developed fingerprint evidence that he entered into the AFIS computers that generated 2 suspect matches. Mickey is well known throughout the department for his photography skills. He volunteered his time to go on ride-alongs with the patrol officer to take photos of the actions. Overall, Mickey's experience, latent development skill, and photography skills are an asset to the Crime Scene Investigation Bureau and the Police Department. So congratulations, Mickey. Next is Donnie Donnell. Officer Donnie Donnell began his career with the Fresno Police Department over 13 years ago, and his experience in patrol, DCST, VCIT, and SBIT has served him well in his current position as the Southeast District's robbery detective. Since his assignment in January 2014, Detective Donnell has made numerous arrests, recovered thousands of dollars in stolen property, and solved several high-profile cases. Donnie's work has included the arrest of numerous gang members, probationers, and parolees. One particular case highlighting Donnie's exemplary work involved the arrest of 2 gang members who robbed an elderly man at gunpoint. The victim in this case was attacked while sitting in his vehicle waiting for a traffic light to change. Detective Donnell's investigation led him to the identity and arrest of both suspects and a search warrant where he recovered the stolen Tech-9 machine gun used in the crime. As a result of Detective Donnell's efforts in solving this case and others like it, dangerous criminals have been taken off the streets and citizens of Fresno made safer. So congratulations, Donnie. Cynthia Hanks. For the past 2 years, Cynthia has consistently stepped up and filled the ever-widening gaps in staffing in the Fiscal Affairs Bureau. In addition to her regular duties as Management Analyst 3, she took over duties of our Senior Accountor position, which was frozen due to budget reductions. And recently, she took on the daily payroll duties when our accountant auditor was promoted to another department. The police payroll is the largest in the city with over 1,000 employees. It is very complex, and Cynthia has no one to assist her due to staffing cuts over the past 5 years. Not only is Cynthia keeping our police officers and civilian paid on time, she is continuing to appear in the false alarm appeal hearing and court cases, monitoring daily accounts payable and receivables activity, and ensuring that we all meet our year-end fiscal deadlines. Congratulations, Cynthia. And finally, in the police department is Anthony Velez. In January 2015, Detective Velez was selected to work on the Magic Metropolitan Tactical Team. Since he has come to the team, he has been one of the most statistical leaders in nearly every category. Most notably is his performance this quarter in the recovery of 28 firearms on 14 separate investigations. An example of this work includes a traffic stop in the area of Elm and Grove in Southwest Policing District. This vehicle, occupied by validated West Fresno gang members, was in the rival gang member territory. Detective Velez and his partner made contact with both occupants of the vehicle and readily identified one person from a prior gang related shooting. A pat-down search of the right front passenger produced a loaded .45 caliber firearm in his waistband. Both subjects were arrested and a thorough gang investigation was conducted, complete with recorded confessions and admission. For those reasons and many other not mentioned, Anthony is our selected Employee of the Quarter for the summer 2015. Congratulations. Now we're going to move on over to public utilities.
Thanks.
And we'd like to start with Orlando Gonzalez. Orlando was given charge of construction and project management of what was most likely, most risky project ever undertaken under the wastewater facility. The project involved the bypass of an entire 80 million gallons per day capacity at wastewater treatment plant's headworks building. There were a number of major unforeseen conditions, which include a major structural revision, additional cleaning, additional coating repairs, and rebar repairs. Orlando worked with the contractor and design engineer to work viable solutions. These solutions were selected, reviewed, and implemented efficiently, allowing the project to be completed within the original 90-day window. When it came time to restart the operation, he took a 13-hour day to ensure that the plant and contractor were able to provide the necessary wastewater treatment and acceptable safety back it up. Congratulations. Now, in the Department of Public Utilities, Susan Rogers. Susan Rogers, not here. Okay, let me tell you a little bit about Susan. She's the only division GIS specialist, and she has proven to be positive and a great asset to the solid waste facility. She has shown what it means to be a team player. She is quick to learn new things and willing to lend a hand wherever needed. If you have an opportunity to meet her, you will be greeted with a big smile and an upbeat attitude. It is the honor of the department to have Susan represented as the Solid Waste Employee of the Summer 2015. So congratulations to Susan. Okay, I'm not sure if that's right. Ben Sanchez, are you with the, is he with the subject? Yeah. Okay, so Ben Sanchez with the Public Utilities Department. Is he here? Quick word about Ben. He completes projects the right way. When given a service renewal project and he finds another service in the area that is not leaking, he will renew it as well. If large water meters is due to be replaced and butterfly valves are attached, they will come out too. A CEO of a business called his supervisor after Ben's visit and he completed a meter change. She was extremely appreciative of how he coordinated the project. She went on to say that PG&E and AT&T had been to her business before and they were in no way as efficient and informative as Ben. So congratulations to Ben. Okay, moving on to the Public Works Department. We'd like to start with Eddie Garcia. Okay, Eddie can't be here today. A little bit about Eddie. He's been with the city for over 17 years. He's worked in about just every section of the street maintenance division and is looked on frequently as the go-to guy. Let's see. When given a particular assignment, he doesn't hesitate saying 10-4 boss, whatever you need. He has had a successful career thus far with the city and will continue to succeed in the future. It's a pleasure to have Eddie as the Street Maintenance Division Summer Employee of the Quarter. So congratulations, Eddie. Also in Public Works is Bruce Mitchell. Bruce is a great example of an employee who serves the city with excellence and pride. He is a dependable and efficient time manager with an extensive background in landscape profession and can always be counted on. to be at the job servicing the citizens of Fresno. He handles numerous projects and is always willing to step forward to take on additional responsibilities. His work is of the highest quality, and he requires the same of his crew, which is reflected in their work. Bruce continues to be a great leader, teacher, and continues to go above and beyond to provide the best service each and every day for the citizens of Fresno. So we thank him. Next in Public Works is Frank Sabrit. Frank has done a great job training Lenore. He has great work ethics and customer services, communicates and coordinates with other departments very well, and provides detailed analysis of impact fee requests from department directors. I've received many thanks from our director and supervisors in the department about his work. So congratulations. Also in Public Works is Jovi Torrio. Jovi joined the Capital Management Design Team in November 2012. One day, Jovi has been providing the highest quality of customer service with exemplary professionalism and dedication to excellence. Jovi has taken the lead in successfully completing the design of complex intelligent transportation systems, ITS, projects along Willow Avenue Corridor, Bryant Nees Corridor, and McKinley Avenue Corridor, totaling $3 million. As the lead design, Jovi has worked diligently with design team that includes a number of public works manager designers, traffic engineers, project managers, IT supervisors, traffic signal maintenance supervisors, and several consultants to design, advertise, and award ITS system projects. Although the design effort was driven by a team approach, Jovi was the designer who captured the complex and project elements into proficient design plans and specifications with unparalleled professionalism and passion for excellence. So congratulations, Jovi. Now we're going to move on over to the Transportation Department. And we're going to start off with Marion Davis. Marion Davis has been with the Fleet Management Division since May 2011. She has transferred from a staff assistant position, which she loved, to a senior admin clerk position due to economic downturn. However, instead of being upset, she came to Fleet with a positive attitude. She recognized improvement opportunities and took charge to make improvements, which have the administration office running smoothly, making a huge difference. Her organizational skills have become the heartbeat of the division. If you want to know where something is within a process, ask Marion, she'll know. She always helps others and willing to drop what she's doing to handle others' emergencies. She is tremendous. Congratulations. Next is Brian Gross, also in the transportation. Goss, I'm so sorry. Brian is a skilled employee, easy to work with, and not afraid to take on large, complex projects. He stepped up to help the department work on automating the data collections and work processes in the operations division. Brian also took on federal reporting to the National Transit Database this year and completed an annual report with only one comment from NTD. This was the best reporting for this transit agency in several years. Along with all of this work, Brian continues to work with Fleet and maintenance divisions, assisting with inventory, computer systems, and automation efforts. Brian is a valued employee, and the department is fortunate to have him as a team member. So congratulations. And last but not least is Kathleen Healy of the Transportation Department. Kathleen has been invaluable to the Transportation Department this quarter. Many important activities happened this quarter, and she led the way successfully to get through these activities. The triennial review was a massive undertaking. Kathleen worked diligently to make the review as successful as possible. Her efforts exceeded the expectations, and the department survived the review. Immediately at the close of the review, Kathleen jumped right into the budget season. This year's budget required several organizational changes and was made even more complex with issues regarding BRT. Thank you, Kathleen, for your hard work. Congratulations. And that will do it for today's presentation. So thank you all, employees and the families, yes. There's a reception out in the foyer, and help yourself, and we appreciate you. Yeah, probably got the extra right there. How many did you have?
Just one.
Just
Here
one?
he is.
Oh, that's him, huh? Who
Yep.
else do we have?
Those are some others who were in here.
Utilities, okay,
EPU.
that's Tommy.
Yep. All right.
Okay, thank you. Therese, come get your people.
I got Eddie.
Okay.
I got Eddie.
Is this one you?
No.
That's
no.
not you?
Mm-mm.
Who is that?
That's utilities.
Oh.
I can take it to him.
Okay, would you please?
Yeah.
Oh, this is,
Who's that?
what's his name?
Brian?
Jeff.
Oh, he's in development.
Okay.
I can't believe.
I ain't lying. I'm serious as a heart attack. I saw you. And you were even leaning that way to that side.
You alive.
If I'm lying, I'm dying, so I'm in good shape. You better put your
We'll come back to order now. Councilmember Capriello, you're still on the line, correct?
Yes, I am. Thank
All right,
you.
great. We're gonna start with the approval of the minutes. Madam Clerk?
Yes, the minutes are ready to be approved with the exception of one correction, which is on the June 16th minutes. It is restoring fire investigations up to $350,000, which was made by Councilmember Sora, and it was, in the current minutes they show they were seconded by Councilmember Quintero. However, they should be reflected as second by Councilmember Capriello. So if we can approve with those changes, unless there's any others.
All right, we will wait just a moment until Councilmember Brand or Quintero joins us.
Okay.
Cap, we're just waiting on Lee or Sal.
I move to approve, Council President, if you need a motion.
All right, we can take the motion, but we can't take the vote until they come out.
Very good. Hope we're moving right along. I have a lot of fish to catch today.
All right, we'll take councilmember reports and comments. Councilmember Soria, do you have anything?
I have some, Council President.
Okay, go right ahead, Councilmember Capriello.
Thank you. First, good Montana morning to everybody, and I want to invite all of you to join Fresno State and Campus Point to celebrate the grand opening of the square at Campus Point. That's this Friday, June 17th from 4 to 7. The Fresno State Marching Band will be there, timeout, as well as Victor E. III, the new puppy, for photo ops. And it'll be a lot of fun just for everybody. And I wanted to also thank Dr. Castro for this, because this is a great example of public and private partnership that brings more success and business to District 4. Also, the Autism Center at Fresno State, it's moving from Fresno State to Valley Children's Hospital, and wanted to extend a great deal of gratitude and thank you to Fresno State for all their support for the Autism Center. This is a vital program, obviously, and provides a great service for the city of Fresno. A couple more things. One, I had the pleasure of meeting with the new Fresno State ASI, that's the student organization, and their administration, and the president and board members at City Hall. And we had a great meeting, a great conference regarding the common activities and good things that are going to happen for Fresno State and District 4 in that partnership. And lastly, extend my congratulations to Leadership Fresno Class of 31 for their drought-tolerant facility at the Woodward Park. It's for all the public to view, and all of Fresno can see what zero-escape gardening looks like and what can be done during this drought. So, again, we must all remember to watch our consumption of water, and every drop counts. So thank you, Council President, for that opportunity.
Thanks, Councilmember Capriello. Next, Councilmember Soria.
I have a couple of things to report on. So this past Monday, I actually had the opportunity to go to our state's capital to go meet with some of our state legislators regarding AB 113, which is the redevelopment dissolution proposal that was supposed to be heard by the Budget Committee. Thankfully, they postponed it. The city of Fresno would stand to lose about $69 million in terms of these funds. So it would drastically impact our city. So I am personally monitoring that so that if there's any negative impacts out of this proposal in a future hearing, that we ensure that we have the support to address those issues. The other thing, yesterday, we hosted the California Energy Commission along with also our Department of Water Resources here in a public meeting to get public input on a rebate program that they are going to be rolling out for rebates on water and energy efficient appliances. We will see a program that would, I believe that they're proposing you would get $100 in rebates for a washer. So that would be great for many of our residents here in the city of Fresno that could take advantage, and possibly we'll see how we combine with the existing rebate programs that we have here in the city of Fresno. So some exciting things in terms of these rebate programs that could benefit many of our residents on behalf of the executive order that was issued by our Governor Brown earlier this spring. And so we were happy to have them here yesterday. Thank you.
Councilmember Brand.
I got a few things. First of all, last Friday I was given the honor to be at the Leadership Fresno event to commemorate the Zeroscape demonstration project at Woodward Park, and also as a memorial for Jack Hall, who was a friend to many people in this city. I also had the honor to go to the preview of the Food Expo and taste some of the food, and I can tell everybody here it's a good event to go to next week. And finally, to my council colleagues, about 2 months ago we passed 2 legislative acts that required an oversight board, that everybody from the council would pick 1 member. So I just encourage everybody to send your nominations if you have not already. I'm getting calls from people about when we're going to start the oversight board, and we have a $400 million capital project coming up that we should get our people on the board and hopefully get it started by August. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Brandow.
Yeah, I just had a question for Bruce or maybe Doug. I'm not too sure. But a couple weeks ago, when that killing happened in San Francisco, I saw a debate on Facebook that talked about Fresno being a sanctuary city, and I saw that somebody posted several links to articles that said that we are a sanctuary city, but then I saw former council member Jerry Duncan say that we are not a sanctuary city, and he had a white paper that showed that. So I was just wondering, for clarification's sake, is Fresno a sanctuary city, or?
No, it's not. It was a intern somewhere who put it in a report. Once we found out about it, we have advised them that it was incorrect, and that report was subsequently updated, in which we are not a sanctuary city.
So these links on the internet that list us as a sanctuary city, they're inaccurate?
It's like a lot of things on the internet.
Right on.
So
I
I'll just leave
appreciate
it at
it.
that.
Yeah. And so have we taken any steps to remove our name from those lists?
We did that, and I'll ask Georgianne White to add anything to the discussion that I missed, or Doug, but I think there was a memo that went out, but we made steps back in 2007 to make the report or correct the report. What people do with outdated, inaccurate information, again, it's the internet, and there's not a whole lot we can do other than to refute these kind of claims when they come up.
Councilmember Brandow, we since 2007, we have been attempting to get our names off the various internet lists. And if you, as we have made contact with the different people who run the sites, we ask, why are we on this list? Several of the sites revert back to the 2006 Congressional Research Service study that was done that had us listed, that we challenged, that was later updated, that removed us. And so we've then sent them the updated study and said, here it is, we're not in there, can you please remove us? A couple then changed and listed us as disputed. A couple have asked for further information and have said things, okay, well, what is your law enforcement policy on immigration? what is your policy, what is your written policy on your non-law enforcement employees' interaction with illegal immigrants? So, for instance, if we don't have a policy for every city employee on how they're supposed to be interacting with people who come in to do business with City Hall, then they view us as a sanctuary city. There's one website that says we're a sanctuary city merely by the number of undocumented farm workers that live in our region.
Oh, gotcha.
So there's no technical, and I'm sure Doug can confirm this, there's really no legal definition of what a sanctuary city is, other than a city such as San Francisco, which has decided they are a sanctuary city and has defined for themselves why they consider themselves a sanctuary city. Our city has never adopted a policy. No city council has ever adopted a policy claiming that the city is a sanctuary city. So we're chasing down those websites as best we can. I have stopped spending an inordinate amount of time on this because I feel like I'm banging my head up against the wall. But the only concern, of course, now there's talk at the federal level about withholding federal funding from cities that are calling themselves sanctuary cities. So, of course, we're paying attention to that and any legislation that might come out of that. I'm pretty certain that, the president wouldn't be signing something like that into law, but we're paying attention. So we're doing everything we can, but some of these websites are basically a one-person operated website, and if they want to take us off, they will, and if they don't, they won't.
Right.
So,
I went to them, and they look kind of quasi-official, but anybody can make that stuff up. So, all right, so for clarity, we never took a policy stand. We're not a sanctuary city, although some people might claim that we are.
correct.
The city of Fresno.
The only policy that the city has ever come anywhere, not even close, but in 1985, the city of Sanger did some immigration raids with at that time it was the INS, now called ICE, and at that time the city council in 1985 passed a resolution saying that they didn't feel that it was the best use of city resources for city law enforcement to do immigration raids because they felt it was the federal government's responsibility to do that. So that's the only policy. It doesn't say that we won't support ICE if they need help, and that is our current law enforcement policy. That's it. Nothing says sanctuary. Nothing says we're not going to cooperate with the federal government. It's kind of off to the side. That's it. That's all that exists in the city records.
Perfect. Cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Brandau, did you want us to be a sanctuary city? No, okay, just asking. Just clarification. Okay. Councilmember Brand, also on the Oversight Committee, I've contacted a few people, and the questions that they have is how many meetings a month, what days, and how long are they going to take? And they've got, some of them have their own businesses, so if you can have somebody send me some an email or something, kind of giving those guidelines so they can make a decision, but they're very interested in it.
Let me briefly respond to that. I wrote it pretty open. I think I put a minimum of 2 meetings a year, but the meetings to be determined by once they get together, they elect a chair and a vice chair. I let them decide whether they want to meet monthly or whatever. It was left open because I don't want to burden somebody.
If we can get something by email that I can send to them as well, that way they kind of know what the parameters are and help them make a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also, in District 5, we've had a pretty busy month. I wanted to thank the Parks and Recreation Department for putting on our annual Mosqueda Idol, which is like a version, Fresno's version of American Idol. We had 13 contestants. The auditorium or room at Mosqueda was completely filled, and we had some great talent that showed up and competed, and we provided cash prizes for that. So that was a big success. So thank you to to Parks and Recreation. And City Manager Rudd, I wanted to tell you thank you, even though it's a private company doing the repaving, but I know the city's got to be involved inspection-wise and that type of thing. Orange Avenue looks beautiful, and that's I wanted to thank Public Works from Butler to California, and I was telling the city manager that our next step now is to go through each property and write them up for code enforcement. So I hope you have that'll really clean up the area there. So we're looking forward to that. So thank you very, very much to residents, and businesses are just really excited. It's been years since an improvement like that came along, so they're really thankful for that. So thank you.
Was that one of those projects that we told you we'd do it in July?
I told you, don't you lie to me, and you came through. That's right. It was great. Thank you so much. And then I wanted to thank the police department. I see Mark Hudson in the audience out there. They did their annual pasta dinner. They've done it for quite a few years. Mark's the head chef over there for Senior Citizens Village. And then we have the, you're very smart in not inviting Deputy Chief Farmer to that, because I know he'll lead everything up. And also the pancake breakfast at I forget the officer's name that provides a pancake breakfast for the seniors once a year. So they're very happy. And lastly, this week, from Monday through Friday, it's the second annual World Changers event here in Fresno. They were here last year, and it's students from all over the country. Last year they focused on Southwest Fresno. This year they're doing 5 projects in Southeast. And I went out to 3 of the homes that are getting a big change in Southeast Fresno. There's a total of 5 projects, but I was able to make it to 3 of the homes in the Calwa area. There was students there from Missouri, from Georgia, Northern and Southern California, Fresno and Clovis, and they give up 1 week to come to Fresno and do whatever work needs to get done on a home that belongs to a senior, a disabled person, or a family that's on a limited income. And they go into these older neighborhoods, and it's a beautiful transformation. 160 students, and they all stay at the rescue mission. So I want to thank the rescue mission for providing the housing and the food for them. And the improvements they do are painting, roofing, and believe me, they do a great job, and I wanted to publicly thank them. Habitat for Humanity gets involved, and of course, as I mentioned, the rescue mission. So I just wanted to thank the World Changers. They're a great group of kids, and just stopping by and meeting with them is a great it's a great experience. One of the homeowners that lives in Calwa, Mr. Hale, 88 years old, World War II veteran, bought his house in 1951 for $8,000. And he said, I had to build an additional bathroom a couple years ago, and it cost me $16,000 for just the bathroom. So he's just so happy, and he's having a family reunion coming up next week. So the timing was just great. So just wanted to thank that group. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, I'm going to make a quick announcement that parking has been relaxed, so you won't get any tickets today out front. So everyone will know. Council, we're going to take about a 5-minute break. I need to let the system restart. We're having some technical difficulties on this end, so we're going to recess just for 5 minutes and allow our techs to restart our system. So stand by. I'll call you back. Paul, did you hear that?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, we'll be back in about. Recess back to session here. So really quick, Council, we're having some technical difficulties, and what I'm going to need you all to do when you want to speak, I'll have to make eye contact with you, and please put your hand up or something so I can know that you want to speak, because I will not be able to see you punch in from the dais here. So we'll do a little old school. And Paul, you just chime in whenever you want to talk, okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to mute my phone, but there's a lot of commotion here. But okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, so we will go back to the approval of the minutes. We had a motion by Councilmember Capriolio and a second by Councilmember Soria to approve the minutes in whole, right? Councilmember Capriolio, you wanted to approve all the minutes in one motion?
Yes.
Along with the changes, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. I'm sorry. We've got to take each vote as a roll call. Madam Clerk, I'll let you call the roll.
Okay, I'll call the roll for this vote. Councilmember Brand is absent. Councilmember Brandow. Councilmember Capriolio.
Here.
Councilmember Olivier is absent. Councilmember Quintero.
That's a yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Soria. Council President Baines.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
So that's a vote of 5-2.
Thank you. All right. We will now move on to the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No changes to the agenda.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Second. All right. We have a motion to second. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Brand, vote on the agenda.
Just approve the agenda, yeah. Okay. He said yes.
Yes, okay. Councilmember Brandow. Councilmember Capriolio.
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier is absent. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Soria. And Council President Baines.
Yes. We will now move on to the consent calendar. Councilmember Brand, right before you walked in the room, I made an announcement that I cannot, we were having technical difficulties. I cannot see if you punch in, so if you need to talk, just yell my name or put your hand up so I know. So you want to pull something from the consent calendar. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Council President. We have sign language here?
We have sign language today.
I'd like to pull item 1C.
Council President, I'd like to pull item 1D.
All right, we have item 1C and 1D pulled. Do we have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
That's correct. Let me go out to the public first. Thank you. I will now take the consent calendar out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on the balance of the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. We have a motion. We have a second.
Councilmember Brand.
Councilmember Brand, each vote will be by roll call. So this is just
because of the teleconference.
Approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Yes.
Councilmember Brandow.
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio.
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier is absent. Council Quintero. Council Soria. Council President Baines.
Yes. So we now start with item 1C. Councilmember Brand.
Good.
Do we have staff for that item?
Thank you, Chief, for coming up.
No problem. Yes.
This started a couple of years ago, and I supported it, and I still do. But my question really on this long-term agreement with Fresno County, and we've even talked about this in the past about getting facilities for the city. And as I recall, I think the county sheriff has to approve anything that we do. If we wanted to take over an old building or make our own facility, is that correct?
Yes. So we're speaking about the building on Pine Street.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. This originally came about. We used to park a lot of our specialty vehicles over at the courtyard, and then they were outside. They were unsecured,
Mm-hmm.
and many of them contained, for example, our SWAT bus that contains automatic weapons, and then obviously. Our explosive ordnance team has the bomb trailer and a number of those things.
Mm-hmm.
So we really needed to find a secure location, and that's where we came across Pine Street several years ago, many years ago, in fact. and it was at a reduced rate, 43 cents a foot, and so that's where we've been securing all of those vehicles.
Okay.
And so that has been an ongoing lease, and then obviously we have an escape clause in there if in fact that we're not able to continue with it, the lease, then we're able to escape.
So you feel it's secure there, that, you know?
Very, very secured
Okay.
facility. Our folks, has easy freeway access
Mhm.
so that when we need to get to a SWAT call, we can, or some type of a bomb call with that vehicle, that equipment. And so it's a good location to house all of our emergency equipment for us, and a pretty good rate, 43 cents a foot. And it has
Okay.
some office space in there as well.
No, 43 cents does seem like a very reasonable, and you think the location strategic, easy to access and get out anywhere in the city, right?
It's a good location. If something came along that had the adequate space for an equal cost, that had good freeway access, we'd be more than happy to take a look at that as well.
Okay, thank you.
That-
I'll make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandau?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriello? Capriello?
Hey, Cap, we're on item 1C for the approval.
Yes, I just unmuted myself, sorry. We're good. Yeah, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Olivier is absent. Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes. We'll now move to item 1. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to record the vote? It was
6 and 1 absent.
all right. So now we'll move to item 1D. Councilmember Brandau, and I think we should have the police department.
Hey, good morning, Chief.
Morning, Councilmember.
On 1D, about the 5 bed spaces that we've been essentially renting over at Fresno County Jail, when we first voted on that a couple years ago, I think it was fantastic, and I totally supported it. And things have kind of changed now. At least that's what the community thinks. So I was asking, I'm kind of wondering, why do we still need to rent these bed spaces or these jail spaces when now there's supposedly more room in the jail? When we first voted on this, I think the jail was impacted and so full that we just had to secure 5 spaces that we knew that we could always count on. Is that still the case, or what's happening with this?
There is still limited bed space at the jail, and just a little bit of history. What occurred at one point, there were floors of the jail that were closed as a result of budget constraints on the county. Correctional officers were let go, and then at some point, realignment passed, and I believe after realignment passed, that was the shifting of inmates from state prisons to local jurisdictions as well as supervision, so incarceration and supervision. What ended up happening was 2 floors of the jail ended up being utilized by those individuals that would historically be housed at the state level in prisons. So we lost local bed space in the jail with those individuals that would historically be in prison. And then, as a result of that, it changed the dynamics of the people that are in the jail. And the fact that many of those individuals are more serious offenders. And so when that occurs, there's a different ratio in terms of correctional officers per inmate. And there's also a difference in terms of who is being housed there for the purpose of classification. So really what we have found, and I had this conversation with the sheriff, is that our bed space capacity at the jail is still very limited in Fresno County. As you know, there's plans to build another jail, but even when that occurs, it lessens the number of beds by 200. So we still have a need in Fresno to be able to ensure that certain individuals that are prolific offenders, repeat offenders, people that are out stealing cars and burglarizing homes, that we have the ability to say, we want that person to remain in jail, because there are still early releases occurring on a daily basis in Fresno County from the jail. And we know that to be true because we track them. So whenever we can identify an individual that is a prolific car thief or burglar, we then assign them that bed. It is amazing how instantly the numbers of burglaries or auto thefts go down as soon as that person is incarcerated and kept in jail. So, good example, our auto theft numbers over the last 2 years. Last year, auto theft decreased by 24%. This year, it's down by just over 9%, 9.5%. And we are on target for the first time that I can remember in the last 20 years to have under 3,000 cars stolen in our city this year. When you compare that to the 13,500 cars that were stolen back in the 90s, we've made considerable progress. But I will say much of that progress over the last 2 or 3 years has been as a result of targeted enforcement of those individuals that need to be in jail and keeping them in the jail as a result of these beds.
And so is it still a thought that, I remember when we voted on it, when you had first talked to us about it, the need was about car theft. And is it still focused on car thieves?
Primarily, we don't limit ourselves to car theft suspects, but that's primarily the ones. And what we're finding is many of those individuals that are involved in car thefts are also involved in vehicle burglaries and other types of burglaries. They're addicted to methamphetamine. As soon as they get put in jail and as soon as they get out, they reoffend. And so the longer we can keep them in jail until they can get through their court process and into treatment programs, should that be where they end up, or long-term jail or in prison, the better off we are. So I was really hopeful, quite frankly, that at some point in time we would no longer need these jail beds. But the reality is today, the only way we can truly control auto theft and some of the property crimes in our city is to be able to designate and determine who stays in jail. And absent this agreement, I really don't have any ability to do that.
Okay, cool. I know Councilmember Soria also had some questions, so I'll turn it over to her.
Yeah, and some of the questions I appreciate my colleague here asking them, because just wanted to know kind of similar to what he asked in terms of the change from 2 years ago, because with Prop 47 there's been more release, so there are more people being released earlier, but does that mean that there is space in the jail? You state that there isn't, that we're still in need for the space, and I guess I want to really understand that when, with the recent passage of Prop 47, we know that more people are being released.
Yes, Proposition 47 had a tremendous impact on who ends up going to jail. In fact, our felony arrest decreased. We were arresting about 50 felons a day. That number has been reduced down to about 30 felons a day that we end up arresting. So one would think there is a corresponding impact on the jail in terms of bed space. Those individuals that we used to arrest for drug offenses and take to jail were the first ones to be early released on a daily basis. So what we now know today is that there is still limited bed space. Even with Proposition 47 in place, there is still limited bed space and early releases that occur from the jail. So I wish I had the answer, other than I believe there is still a need for increased bed space in Fresno County, and for the beds that they do have to be able to maximize how they use them for the purposes of treatment, et cetera.
And have we been in conversation with the county to see how we can add additional space rather than, I just want to make sure that we aren't paying twice for the bed space, that we're maximizing our taxpayer money and utilizing it in the best way possible to ensure the
We are
safety
paying
of-
twice. The taxpayers of the city of Fresno are paying taxes that ultimately end up going to the county that support the jail. And at the same time, we end up paying this $520 a day to guarantee bed space. So what we're really paying for is guaranteed bed space at Fresno County for those five beds.
And so I appreciate the work that you guys have done over the last couple years. You've mentioned the good progress in terms of the auto theft being reduced now by 90%, correct?
The auto theft was reduced, this year is down by about 9.5%. Last year was down by just under 25%. Okay. And we are averaging somewhere around 7 to 7.5 cars stolen per day in our city, which is far fewer than before we started this jail bed space contract. We were up to around 22 cars a day at one point. It had peaked to that level. And now we have got it back down to around 7.5 cars a day. That number fluctuates, but that's dramatic. And we set a goal last year to be under 3,000 cars. We didn't make it last year. This year we're going to.
So in the resolution here, or the agreement, I didn't see a mention of being specific to prolific car thieves or property crimes. And if that's our goal, I'm wondering why that isn't specific, because that's what we're trying to address.
Right. We did not want to tie our hands in the event that we had someone that we really needed to stay in jail. For example, I can tell you on one occasion, we had an individual that we were about ready to charge for murder, but we didn't have the evidence yet. But we did have enough to hold him on a lesser charge, and we did not want that individual to get out of jail, so we had him occupy one of the beds until we could get what we needed to charge him for murder. So that happened one time, and it may have happened twice. I know that our Magic unit now is coming forth with the ability now to purchase, I think, 3 more beds for gang members, so that would have taken care of that issue. But I would say 99% of the people that have been in these beds are for either burglary or auto theft.
And do you see a problem if we make it specific to that? I just wouldn't want to get in a situation. I understand in terms of maybe the 1 or 2 individuals that may not have done, stolen a car or a burglar or been a burglar, but
yeah, I think what it would end up doing is maybe tying our hands a little bit in the event we did need it. I can tell you that we don't need to use it very often. If in fact, I can only remember that one time in the last couple of years that we've had to use it for that. But by and large, every one of them are prolific auto thieves, and we have plenty of them in Fresno. So we never have a vacant bed. We're always rotating those people through. There are times when we have to make a decision between 2 individuals, one of them who we know is stealing cars every day versus another individual maybe stealing cars every 3 or 4 days. Well, we put the one in there that's stealing cars every day. And then hopefully the other one, maybe they find room in another bed in the jail. The Sheriff's Department's been very good about that, the correctional staff, but sometimes that person is released. So we try to be as flexible as we can, but
the previous agreement was, I wasn't here when you guys voted on the original agreement, was it specific to car thieves? I remember vaguely when I was listening to debates that was the debate, so I was wondering if the original agreement was specific.
It was not. It was intended for prolific thieves, whether burglars or auto theft, but yes, it was auto theft was our focus at that time, but crimes shift. If a person may be stealing cars today but breaking into homes tomorrow, and so we don't want to limit ourselves to that, because all of a sudden our burglary rate may start to go up and our auto theft go down. So the goal is targeting the individual that is out there stealing cars, breaking into cars, people that are breaking into homes, businesses, to keep those individuals off the street. And that's what we've been very effective in doing.
Last question. So I see that the agreement is for 5 years. I feel I would feel much more comfortable if the agreement's reduced to a shorter period of time. I think, as you said, there's shifts, and I think that it would be probably the responsible thing for us to revisit much earlier to see if we really want to continue, and to continue kind of monitoring the progress, just because I do believe, we are saying our taxpayers are paying twice, and I want to make sure that we are maximizing our dollars. And I think for me, the responsible thing would be to be able to come back even next year to see how we're doing in terms of the progress, rather than say, let's do it for 5 years. But I would like to monitor the progress of the dollars that we're setting.
You have that option on an annual basis by simply not appropriating the funds through the budgetary process, and then once that happens, it automatically ends the contract, and it's under fiscal impact. And that is that the chief may exercise 30-day without cause termination, and that's based on appropriation. So if the funding isn't authorized, then it goes away. What the sheriff's department and the county doesn't want is that they set aside these 5 jail beds for the year, for the fiscal year, and budget for that within their budget, and then midway through, we take away the funding. So on an annual fiscal basis would be the review process, which you have in place right now under this contract. So at any time during next year's budget process, should this be approved, council will have the authority to say we're not paying any longer, contract ends.
So it doesn't tie our hands for the 5-year.
It's a 5-year that we're guaranteed. We're guaranteed the beds, guaranteed that rate. There is no escalator, right? There's no escalator, so what we are doing is locking in a rate, this rate today for 5 years, with the option every year to cancel.
Okay, so then I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that folks are clear that I'm really going to monitor kind of the progress and the benefits of the program, just because I do feel if we are paying twice for these beds, that we are utilizing our taxpayer dollar in the most effective manner. So while we enter into the 5 agreement and lock in the rate, I think that's good, because if we do continue the agreement beyond the 1 year, at least the rate doesn't go up. But I think being able to, as you said, through the appropriation process in terms of the budget, I will be looking at that. So,
yeah, I don't think there's a council member here that's not concerned about the fact that we're having to do this. I'm concerned about having to do it too. But you get in a position where if you don't do it, you see your crime rates go up, and that's why we're doing it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. I need a motion to approve the item. Those are the motions. All right.
Council President, I had a question.
Okay, go ahead, Cap.
Thank you. Chief, so you're basically telling us that the bed space is used every day, all day?
Yes. It's seldom. If we have a bed that's vacant, it's simply during a transition period. We make sure that we have a system in place 24 hours a day that allows us to work with the correctional staff to make sure that those beds are filled. And then if we decide that even though the beds are filled, but there's somebody that we really want to take one of those beds, then we have to make a decision which one of the 5 that are existing in those beds are we willing to take a chance on them releasing, or have released, so we can fill them.
Then you transition into filling that space immediately thereafter.
I didn't catch that.
And then once you make that decision, the bed space is immediately filled thereafter. So we're
that's correct. Yeah,
keeping the criminals off the street.
That's the goal.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion and a second. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Brand? Yes. Councilmember Brandau?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes.
And Council Levy is absent. 6-0.
All right, item passes 6-0. Thank you, Chief. We'll now move on to item 2A. This is to authorize the controller to make up to $4,934,130 of temporary loans from the committed general cash reserve for economic uncertainties and emergencies to cover short-term deficit cash balances. Go ahead.
Good morning, council members. Mike Lima, City Finance Director Controller. Before you today is an item authorizing the temporary loan of up to $4,934,130 from the emergency reserve to cover fiscal year-end negative cash balances in various city grant funds. It is standard practice in governmental accounting to rectify fiscal year-end negative cash balances created by timing issues between the expenditure of grant funds and the receipt of grant revenues. Under accounting standards issued by the Government Accounting Standards Board, only funds that are not restricted for another purpose, like the general fund, can be used as a source to offset these negative cash balances unless some other permission is given. About 2 months ago, this council approved several changes to the Reserve Management Act. One of those changes was the ability, after council approval, to use the emergency reserve as a source for these fiscal year-end loans. Staff is currently engaged in closing the financial books on fiscal year 2015. While the numbers have not been finalized, preliminary information available has led staff to believe that we will need to utilize the emergency reserve to cover cash shortfalls in some grant funds. I would like to emphasize 2 points. First, the resolution authorizes the loan of up to $4.9 million. However, as staff moves further along in the fiscal year-end closing process, we may discover we need to borrow less. I want to assure this council that we will only borrow the amount that we need. Second, the Reserve Management Act says that these temporary loans have to be paid back within 90 days of issue. I want to also assure council that we will repay these loans once the fiscal year-end 15 books close, which will be by the end of this month. Staff recommends approval of the resolution before you, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brand.
I want to thank Mike for letting me know and discussing this, and it's consistent on the amendment we did make, and it does reinforce still the fragile state of affairs financially for the city of Fresno on cash flow, and particularly federal and state grants are actually getting further and further behind, and we still have to make these payrolls and pay the vendors out in front, so hopefully we'll move forward over the next few years, but I'll make a motion we approve the item.
All right. We have a motion. We have a second. Councilmember Capriolio, did you have any comments?
No, Council President.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Brand, Councilmember Brandow,
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio,
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero, Councilmember Soria, Council President Baines,
Yes.
and Councilmember Olivier is absent, so it's 6-0.
All right, we'll move on to item 2B. This is a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Fresno Council of Governments for the Regional Surface Transportation Program, RSTP, and authorizing the execution of all application-related documents by the Public Works Director or designee. Scott.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. I'm Scott Mosier with the Public Works Department. The item before you is a resolution that we would then submit to Fresno COG, and it's a step in the federal funding process. As discussed during the budget hearings for this fiscal year, the state of California, Caltrans specifically, has provided $2.6 million in what's called additional obligational authority, in essence federal grant funding for projects. These are already included in the current fiscal year budget that the council has adopted, so there's no budget action necessary for these. This is simply the resolution to allow the grant process to move forward. These projects are consistent with our pavement management system as far as best investments, priority investments throughout the community. And they are also streets where we've heard through constituents in the community in terms of a need for pavement repair. Staff recommends council approve the item. That will allow the projects to move forward, and we're eager to get moving on design and then get these out to bid this coming spring. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, we'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Do we have any council members? Councilmember Quintero.
Hi, Scott.
Good morning.
District 5, grants. You've got Clovis Avenue as one of the proposed ones on California. to Jensen?
That's correct. And again, in this item, there are 5 projects included in the resolution.
Yes.
And then there are 7 which council's already adopted resolutions on. So again, in District 5, Orange Avenue is one of those that's included in this reso to allow the grant to move forward. Clovis Avenue, council's already approved the resolution,
Yes.
and they're both in the budget. So for District 5, our program for this year included in the budget includes Clovis Avenue from the California UP Railroad crossing down to Jensen to be repaved. And then also this includes a joint project with Fresno County, the one we've been discussing before, Orange Avenue from California down to Jensen. This includes the city's share, and then the county, Fresno County Public Works has been supportive of their share for their part of the street.
Yeah. Okay, I just need a little clarification on it, and wanted to thank you for, and the city manager approving, for including those in the proposal. It's going to be really helpful if we can get them done. Thank you very much. Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Councilmember Soria.
Good morning. Just wanted to ask, can you just speak to some of the District 1 projects that are being proposed or part of the plan this fiscal year?
Yes. Councilmember Soria, the projects within District 1, we have 2 different projects. One is already, again, similar to projects in District 5, already in a previous council-adopted resolution, and that's Shields Avenue between Palm and Dakota. So that spans 2 districts, both District 1 and Councilmember Olivier's district. And then also this includes Clinton Avenue between Maroa and Blackstone. And then actually a third is on the border of Districts 1 and 2, and that's Shaw Avenue eastbound between Blythe and Brawley to repave the eastbound lanes. So again, a good group of projects, and one that we've heard a lot about from the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. We've already gone on to the public. Yeah.
Councilmember Brand, Councilmember Brandau, Councilmember Capriolio,
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero, Councilmember Soria, Council President Baines.
Yes.
6-0.
All right, we will now move on to item 2C, actions related to facility relocation and cooperative agreement with the California High-Speed Rail Authority, Public Works.
Thank you, Council President. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. And today on the agenda, we actually have 2 items related to high-speed rail. I'll speak to this one. 3 years ago, the council approved a memorandum of understanding, which was basically to provide funding to develop a series of agreements related to the project. The item before you is a facility relocation agreement. It's very similar to one approved in this past year related to utilities. The council's approved an agreement for relocation of sewer and water, and those are being funded by high-speed rail. This agreement covers basically everything else that's a city facility. So that includes roads, deals with any bridges, things like our traffic signal, synchronization conduits, signals, lighting, anything else other than the sewer and water that's already approved. And again, I would highlight that all of the costs related to that work are paid for by the High-Speed Rail Authority project, and this defines basically roles and responsibilities as it moves forward. Both myself and Terry Ogle from the California High-Speed Rail Authority are available to answer any questions, and staff would recommend council approval of the item. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Scott. We'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember. All right, we have a motion. I was assuming that you may have had something to say. Oh, okay. We have a second by Councilmember Brandau. Madam Clerk, I'm speechless.
Sure. Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandau. Councilmember Capriolio?
No.
No?
Correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Yes for Brand. So that's 5-1.
All right. Next, we have item 2D, actions related to a right-of-way agreement with the California High-Speed Rail Authority.
Thank you, Council President, Council members. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. This item, in similar fashion to the last item, has been developed utilizing that cooperative agreement and working together with the High-Speed Rail Authority. We have defined all of the right-of-way to be acquired by high-speed rail for relocated streets such as Golden State Boulevard. We have also defined a right-of-way that would be transferred, or in essence the city either vacates or quitclaims its interest, such as where Golden State Boulevard is today. Defines all of the property transfers. There's mapping included. And with that, that will enable high-speed rail to go to work within those areas, and it also defines the process by which new right-of-way is then dedicated to the city. This has been a fairly complex item to put together, but we are excited to be at the end of that process and have an item to recommend for council approval. Again, Mr. Ogle, who's the Central Valley Regional Delivery Manager for High-Speed Rail, and myself, as well as our Assistant Director, Andrew Bonelli, are all available to answer any questions you may have. With that, staff recommends approval of the item. Thank you.
All right, I'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. We have a motion by Councilmember Soria. We have a second by Councilmember Brandow. All right, Madam Clerk, we have the roll call vote.
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow? Councilmember Capriolio?
No.
Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? And Council President Baines?
Yes.
It's 5-1.
All right, we'll move on to item 2E, where we will a bill adding section 3-356 to the chapter 3, article 3 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to the establishment of qualified excess governmental benefit arrangement in the City of Fresno Fire and Police Retirement System. Staff.
Good morning, Council President and members of the Council. Jeff Cardell, Director of Personnel Services for the City. We are introducing two ordinances this morning. One is for the Fire and Police Retirement System. The other is for the Employees Retirement System. And you might be asking why. And the reason for that is because of a limitation in the Internal Revenue Code. When the Internal Revenue Code limitation was put in place in terms of the maximum benefit a employee could receive from a retirement plan back in the late 80s, early 90s, the city took action and implemented an ordinance at that time on a prospective basis, limiting the earnings an employee who retires from the city could receive, consistent with the code. However, we have employees who were with the city prior to 1991, June 28th, 1991 specifically, when that ordinance was implemented, that are eligible for benefits greater than that limitation because they have been earned and vested. So what we're bringing forward to you today is what is called a replacement benefit plan, also known as a qualified excess governmental benefit arrangement, which will allow for the benefits to be paid that have been earned and vested without jeopardizing the tax-exempt status of the plan. Here this morning we also have representatives from the retirement system, Mr. McDivitt and Ms. Ariano, as well as our Finance Director, Mike Lima. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right, we'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any council members that would like to, Councilman Brand? All right, I'll await a motion. I need a motion. All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Quintero and a second by Councilmember Soria. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow? Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes.
That's 6-0.
All right, item passes 6-0. Next, we'll move on to item 3A. That's a city council item. It's adding section 2-702 to the Fresno Municipal Code, banning the display and sale of the Confederate flag by the city. So this is my item, and I'll kind of do a brief introduction of it and await any necessary debate. So just by way of clarity, there's probably been a little bit of fanfare about this, but this really is simply memorializing probably what is, I would submit a sentiment that already exists, that we shouldn't we should not fly or sell the Confederate battle flag on city property only. So to clarify, this is only on city property. This does not include any private or public operations or private operations or any other public entity other than the city of Fresno property that we own. So I know that there may have been some confusion about that. I've had to clarify that now a couple of times, so I wanted to make sure that it's on the record that this would in no way prohibit an individual from displaying the flag at home or on their person or any other retailer to sell it in the city of Fresno should they desire. So with that, I wanted to offer that clarification on the item. You all should have a resolution, or the bill rather. It's pretty simple. I'll now take the item out to the public. Do I have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Come on down and state your name and address for the record, please.
Buenos días, good morning. Guadalupe Gutierrez, Vice President of MAPA, Mexican American Political Association. And Senor Baines, I thank God for you taking the stand. We do not need any problems here in Fresno. And by this going on, as you stated, we're 100% behind you. Thank you, take care, and God bless.
Do we have any other members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brand. Whoever.
Thank you, Council President. Let me start by saying that I believe that I have a lot of respect for you, your integrity. I believe that you're doing this for the noblest of reasons. That I don't see any other reason why you're doing this, but I have a different view of this. The debate in Fresno is totally different than the debate in South Carolina, because in South Carolina there was a Confederate flag flying in a government building, and there's never been a Confederate flag flying at City Hall, nor have I ever seen anybody sell Confederate flags. I think it's a difference between what actually happened versus what may happen. The debate on the Confederate flag, has been there for over 150 years, since the end of the Civil War, to my knowledge. And how did one lone mentally disturbed racist, light the fire after 150 years? I'm talking about the local debate. In other words, why did we debate this 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 1 year ago? Or are we simply following the lead of political correctness from our state legislators, who are now currently searching the state for Confederate names on schools and streets that have been there for years? Fort Bragg, the city itself, is named after a Confederate general. So, is that the path we want to follow? And there can be and will be unintended consequences. And the first thing is, where do you start and where do you finish? Where do you go on passing legislative ordinances that are primarily symbolic acts having no really tangible impact on the citizens of Fresno in terms of the operations of the city? I can go through a list of, where do we go from here kind of things. Do we ban the swastika because of the atrocities by the Nazis and exterminating 6 million Jews in World War II? Do we put a ban on ISIS for their unmitigated terror and death of the innocent human beings that continues as I speak today? Do we put a ban on the Turkish flag because of Turkey's failure to acknowledge their role in the genocide of the Armenian people 100 years ago? Do we ban the British flag from City Hall? The Union Jack for 300 or 400 years stood globally, and up until the 19th century, the British supported slavery, and they supported slavery in the United States. Do we ban the California state flag because of the way we treated the Native Americans in California and the bloody war with Mexico? Do we send a letter to Fresno County and ask them not to have a Civil War reenactment at Kearney Park where they display the Confederate flag? Do we form a council subcommittee to explore all street names, school names, any other potential symbols of racism or hate? Who sets the standards for racial or hate symbols? Of course, I could go on and provide examples where human blood has been spilled, human suffering, not unlike what happened, unfortunately, in the church in South Carolina. And when does a negative symbol or a single act of a deranged person reach the point where it requires the Fresno City Council to symbolically show our support and try to right the wrong? If we start the process of debating symbolic issues, we enter a slippery slope with an uncharted course that we may regret later. The First Amendment gives us the right to burn the American flag. So what gives us the right to ban a certain flag? Just taking a strictly philosophical look at it. And really, once you cross ideological lines in the areas of national debate, does the council become engaged in divisive, emotional issues that provoke extremes from both sides? Does it create more problems than it solves, in other words? And I've been here 7 years, and I've worked, and along with my colleagues, have worked hard to nurture the respect and professionalism this body, I think, has been known for. And there's times when on certain divisive issues that I've seen that collegiality and the professionalism hang on a string. And my concern is that we start engaging in these national issues that can be divisive, that it detracts us from doing what we're supposed to do here and move the business of the city forward, and it may impact the relationships with members on this council. People want to revise history for whatever reason they do, and really, in the end, you cannot change history. You must acknowledge the good, the bad, and the ugly. Of course, and most importantly, you must learn from the mistakes of the past. And we cannot erase the Confederate flag or the American Civil War, but we can find wisdom from the past. Both good and evil reside in the hearts of all men and women, and not in flags, statutes, buildings, or other objects. We must look for, the better angels of our nature to find a way to bring people together. And I know that's the intention here. I just don't think it's the right way of getting there. And in the end, we have a solution in search of a problem. The bigger issue to me is the city joining the political correctness bandwagon and entering the slippery slope of debating symbolic issues, which I don't believe in the end will advance the issues that we have before us as city council members, the overwhelming issues we have. So I'm really mixed on this issue. I certainly, again, I have a great deal of respect for the author in this, but I just don't think it's the right way to go. And I would welcome comments from my colleagues.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you. So I believe that as leaders, we do have a responsibility to take action when issues like this arise in our nation that are divisive. And we need to recognize what is happening across the nation. I'm a supporter of the introduction of this ordinance because we're even seeing the state of California took it upon themselves last year to recognize really the harmful message that the Confederate flag imparts. We know that this flag is really a symbol of racism, oppression, violence, and that's what it is. And I think that it is the right thing to do for us as leaders to say that we're going to memorialize this. We may not be doing it, and that's fine, but there's people that may come after us that may attempt, and I think that we have a responsibility as current leaders to set the tone and acknowledge what this flag means. I do believe that this flag has a place, and it has a place in our history and a place in a museum. And so I believe that it is the right thing to do, that we memorialize what we've been doing and what leaders have been doing to ensure that we don't face situations like our brothers and sisters out in the South. And I will be a strong supporter this morning, and I thank Council President for bringing this forth and for having a conversation, because these types of issues also impact the city of Fresno in terms of looking at issues of race and poverty and just the history. And so, yes, we cannot erase what the atrocious things that happen in our history, as stated by my colleague, but I do believe that we need to reflect on what has happened in our history, what has happened more recently, and really think about how we're going to charge forward to set a better tone for our community, to ensure that folks out in the South know that we stand in solidarity, that we're not going to tolerate these kinds of events in our community. And to the issue in terms of the slippery slope, I haven't really seen in terms of the year with the state of California, them doing the banning also of flying the flag in any state building or the sale of it, in terms of some of the I guess, slippery slope that has happened from that in the last year. So I don't see a negative impact of creating this slippery slope. I think the flag, the Confederate flag, is something that, like I said, has a place, and I believe that keeping it in a museum and thinking about it in a historical context is the best way to deal with it. So I want to thank Council President Baines for bringing this forth.
All right. Councilmember Capriello, did you have any comments? Cap, do we still have him on the line? Councilmember Capriello, are you still on the line? Okay, we may have lost him, so I'll make a few comments. I don't seek any other. I don't have. No one can punch up, but I didn't see any other council members that have comments, and so I want to certainly thank Councilmember Soria for her support this morning, and want to just kind of, in my mind, put this issue in context, and I'll be somewhat responsive to Councilmember Brand and some of his comments, and you know, we're friends, and we share the right to disagree, and there are a few things I certainly want to make sure that we appropriately keep in context, and that is, this discussion is really just about the display and sale of the Confederate flag on city property. So while I can certainly appreciate how you widen the debate, that's really not the issue before us today. Nor I can't promise what will ever be the debate with other elected bodies and other policymakers that come after us, but the issue at hand that we have today is whether or not we are going to ever allow the Confederate flag to be flown or sold on city property. That's really it. I have not seen this issue as divisive. There may be a few people that, to some degree, may misunderstand what we're trying to do, but I haven't I don't see this as divisive. I don't see the public here with the, upset and angry. I don't feel my colleagues are upset and angry. I don't think that there's divisiveness between us about it. And I'll even go so far as to say that I don't think any of us would support the Confederate flag being displayed or sold on city property. I don't even think there's a genuine debate between us with that. This is really not a First Amendment right issue, as you know. And we always take on symbolic issues. We do it all the time. It's part of our role here as policymakers, part of our role as elected officials. Every vote we make is a symbolic statement about something. So while I certainly appreciate your perspective, my outlook is a little bit different. It's a very narrow issue that we're talking about today. But to be honest, if you wanted to debate whether or not the swastika should be displayed at City Hall on city property, or an ISIS flag displayed on City Hall and city property, if we had that discussion and those were believed to be symbols of hate, I would have no problem banning that either. I don't think that we should be afraid of those tough discussions, nor should we be afraid to make those decisions. We're elected officials in the 5th largest city in the state and the 34th largest city in the nation. We have a diverse constituency. So I don't think we're in any way out of line with discussing this today. And if any symbol of hate should arrive before us, I think we owe it to our constituency to make sure that our government is not supportive of that. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. So the Confederate flag, I'm going to really narrow the discussion because I think it got a little too broad, but let's just talk about what it is. So the Confederate flag, and we can debate about what it is or what it isn't, but I think I'm going to read you a few quotes that really make it clear of what we're talking about today. Alexander Stephens, the Vice President of the Confederacy, as he referred to the Confederate government, quote, "Its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery is his natural and normal condition." Stephen Dodson Rasmussen, future Confederate general, quote, "Slavery, the very source of our existence, the greatest blessing both for master and slave that could have been bestowed upon us." Albert Gallatin Brown, U.S. Senator from Mississippi, quote, "I want Cuba, I want Tamaulipas, Potosi, and 1 or 2 other Mexican states, and I want them all for the same reason, for the planting and spreading of slavery." The Richmond Enquirer said in 1856, "Democratic liberty exists solely because we have slaves. Freedom is not possible without slavery." And I'll read one more. I could go on. Henry M. Rector, who was the governor of Arkansas in 1861, "The extension of slavery is the vital point of the whole controversy between the North and the South." I say that because that's what we're talking about. It's clear that what the Confederacy stood for, it's clear that what that flag stood for was something awful that none of us on this dais actually agree with. We don't believe in what those men believed back then, and I think it's okay for us to say that we don't believe in that. There's nothing wrong with us acknowledging that, hey, that's wrong. This was an effort by people to destroy the United States of America, literally wanted to secede from the Union. The Union withstood, and it stands in place now. And I think we're okay by saying, in the city of Fresno, we're never going to acknowledge that flag on our property because of what it stood for. And I can't debate everything else because that's not what we're here for today. But we are debating the Confederate flag and whether or not it should be on city property. And I think if it's just meritoriously, it stands alone. I don't even think we disagree. We don't even disagree. So what I find is if we don't really disagree, then why do we have a problem? I don't think anyone's saying that we want the flag to be flown or we agree that it should be. So if we don't agree, or if we don't disagree, then let's agree. So with that, I could talk for a very long time on this issue. I mean, obviously, I'm African American, so this issue clearly is probably more sensitive to me than maybe some other on this dais, and I'm okay with that, and I acknowledge that. But just because it's a national debate doesn't mean it doesn't affect me here in Fresno and other people in Fresno. It's not just a national debate. We are a part of this nation, and it's our debate too. So with that, I'll make a motion that we approve the ordinance. And Councilmember Soria has second. I don't know if we have any other council members that want to speak. All right.
Council President, if I may.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Cap. I was trying to call you a little earlier. Maybe I couldn't get you.
We're good. When you say Confederate flag, you're really talking about what's commonly referred to as the Stars and Bars, as opposed to the Confederate flag of the South during the Civil War. Is that, am I correct in that, or
the battle flag? Yes, known as the Stars and Bars, Cap. You're right.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was on the right page with the type of flag we're talking about. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. All right, we'll now do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow?
Abstain.
Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes.
That is a 4-0 vote.
All right. Thank you. Item passes 4-0-2. All right. We will now move on to our scheduled communication. We have appearance by Rick Morse to discuss medical marijuana.
Good morning, members of the City Council. My name is Rick Morse. I operate MedMar Clinic at 334 East Olive Avenue in Fresno, California. As a point of a question for the City Council, how many people knew that I was being attacked for the last 2 months? Because I contacted your office. Yeah, I left a message with your executive secretary. I actually have a video of this, and this is only 30 days. I'd like to give that to the City Council. And there's only one copy. You guys are going to have to share it. There's a reason for that. Same thing with these photos. These photos are of a burn victim that we used topical ointments on. It was day 4, 7 through 11, so in 7 days is what the topical was used for. In addition, I have a letter from the City of Fresno from Cindy Brewer with the name of Yvonne Spence on it. And the first one is got the date of my first appearance was June 25th, 2015. I did not receive this until the 26th of June. For some reason, they thought it was funny that they would delay my ability to appear before the City Council. I assure you, the U.S. Post Office does not find it funny at all. They use the mail to do it. My attorney's card is attached to this. What I'd like to do is I'd like to speak to the medical marijuana community and the City Council today. A year ago today, almost exactly on the 17th of July, 2014, I came in before the City Council and I invited every single one of you to come in and tour my shop. The only person that was gracious enough to attend was Lieutenant Wilson from the Fresno Police Department. I assumed at that time that there were going to be no further problems in the ability for us to be able to cooperate with the City of Fresno and the medical marijuana community. I was wrong. I was threatened today on the way down here. I was attacked yesterday twice. And the police are not responding. You'll see that on the video. My attorney asked me, whenever I showed him this video, he said, how many hours did you spend making this video? I said, do you mean total or just this video? This video is only showing the last 30 days. He said total. We have over 500 hours of this stuff already loaded to the internet. So if I can't go back and mind my own business and do my business, I'm going to get involved with politics. I'm not sure if you guys know this or not, but the Fresno City Charter requires that if the population reaches 500,000, that 2 extra city council members be added. You change the city charter individually? Wow, how dare you? We'll bring this up at the next election. How about that? 2016's election year. We're going to make the city charter of the city of Fresno and the 2 extra city council members a point of issue here, okay? Because you can't just unilaterally change it. You said you put it out to a vote. I asked people that voted on it. They didn't vote on it. They didn't even know it happened. As a matter of fact, my guess is that most of you, other than Mr. Brand, didn't even know that it did happen.
Thank you.
First, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Just to clarify, it was passed by the voters in 2010. Charter Section 1504. Thank you.
All right. All right. So now we will prepare to adjourn to closed session. City Attorney, you want to make an announcement?
Yes, in closed session, we have existing litigation concerning the 2 Fresno firefighter cases in the city of Fresno, and also the Minjares versus City of Fresno case, and then real property negotiations concerning the listed APN.
All right. We will adjourn to closed session, and we will break for our noon break from there. And council, we will return at 2 o'clock for our scheduled hearings.
microphone up. Okay, I think we are ready. And so at this time, I would like to have all of you stand and please clap, whistle, make a lot of noise as we introduce the 2015 Special Olympics Law Enforcement Torch Run Final Leg Team. Come on in. All right, you can be seated for the moment. Thank you very, very much for that warm welcome for our athletes. And on behalf of the Fresno Police Department, I am Fresno Police Chief Jerry Dyer. I get the privilege of serving today as the Master of Ceremonies. There's a number of dignitaries who are going to be coming up today, including our City Manager Bruce Rudd, California Highway Patrol Chief Jim Abrams, and our Sheriff Margaret Mims, as well as Council President Oliver Baines, who will be coming up here shortly. But it is my honor to be able to welcome all of you, friends, family, members of the law enforcement, and especially our athletes from around the world that are with us today. We also have law enforcement that is here today. As you know, when they came in with that torch, that is the Flame of Hope. And our law enforcement runners that run with them are considered to be the guardian of that flame, the Flame of Hope. And that is the actual torch that will be carried into the Los Angeles Coliseum on July 25th during opening ceremonies, and we're very honored to have Fresno as one of the legs along the way. Actually, there are, as I understand it, 119 ceremonies that this happens at in 122 cities. And the law enforcement torch run is 157.1 miles along the way. And so we happen to be one of those stops. And again, they're on their way to Los Angeles, and where all of these athletes will be competing in the Special Olympic World Games. First time that the Olympics have been held in the United States since 1996. And so this is a privilege for it to be held in the city of Los Angeles. So at this time, I'd like to begin our ceremony by inviting Fresno County Special Olympians Charlie and Ryan Allshouse to join at the podium, and they're going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And then after that, we are going to have Gabriela Garcia, who will sing the national anthem. So if you would all please stand.
Ready, two. Away.
Away.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the one nation, indivisible, liberty, and justice. This time we'll have Gabriela Garcia sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread light, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I want to thank our local law enforcement, California Highway Patrol, part of the Honor Guard, as well as Fresno County Sheriff's Department, Fresno Police Department. Again, another round of applause for Charlie and Ryan and Gabriela. See, the Sheriff's Department brought their K-9. Was that from the Sheriff's Department or PD? Oh, that's Fresno PD K-9. Yeah. I didn't know if that was a dog or you had indigestion, but either way. Okay, again, there's going to be a number of dignitaries that are going to come up, and the comments, I promise you, are going to be very brief from each of them, but I think it is important to have them come up and speak, because it really speaks to how important this event is to us as a nation and to us as a county, state, and city. I also want to take this time to thank other council members that are here today. Councilmember Sal Quintero, Councilmember Steve Brandow, Councilmember Lee Brand, and also Councilwoman Esmeralda Soria. And obviously, we're going to have our Council President, Oliver Baines, come up shortly. And also know that Councilmember Paul Capriolo is visiting with us via phone. So let's give them a round of applause for being here today.
Todd, did the chief include me?
And at this time, I'd like to bring up my boss, the city manager, Bruce Rudd. Bruce?
Todd, can you hear me?
Welcome. Welcome to the city of Fresno. It is an honor to be here with you today. You are, your presence, it's an honor to be with you. You are superior athletes in many respects, but more importantly, you represent a philosophy of including everyone, participation by everybody in all facets of life. So on behalf of the mayor and the administration, thank you for honoring us with your presence today, first of all. This event is not only important to law enforcement, but it also is important to our community because it allows us an opportunity to affirm our support for Special Olympics and everything that it stands for. So again, on behalf of the mayor, thank you for honoring us today with your presence, and good luck to you in the Olympics. We see nothing but gold medals in front of us today. Thank you again. So as the chief said, I'm going to be brief. I'm going to introduce our council president, who also has a few words.
Thank you, Bruce. I'm going to be joined by my good friends and colleagues, members of the Fresno City Council, because we all want to take the opportunity, and although I'm the president, we all work closely together, and we collectively want to welcome you to the city of Fresno. We are just so very honored that you chose to make one of your 122 stops, one of them to be here. We appreciate you all so much, and listen, we are excited about the Flame of Hope. You all really do represent what hope is about. And we're going to be watching closely. We know we have 5 athletes from Northern California. So I can tell you that this council is going to be pulling very hard for you. We want California represented very well in the 2015 World Games. So once again, on behalf of the entire Fresno City Council, thank you so much for coming here. And we are with you in the Flame of Hope. Thank you. And I'm going to ask, do any of my colleagues have anything to say? I want to be kind. Okay. I'm gonna welcome up the state's top law enforcement official, Chief Abrams. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You know, what an honor to stand between the community and such special representatives of Special Olympics and law enforcement. You know, this partnership is absolutely huge because it shows that Fresno's on the map, California's on the map, the United States is on the map as being concerned. You know, worldwide, we've got over 200 million folks with intellectual disabilities. But guess what? They're part of our families. They're our neighbors. They're our friends. They're in our community. They're part of the fabric. Eunice Kennedy Shriver, many years ago, had a vision. She said, you know what? What if we brought everybody together in a form of sports? Everybody likes to cheer an athlete. Everybody likes to root for everybody, especially if someone's thought to be an underdog. We will root all day long if someone was to think that way. But we don't have any underdogs here. We've got heroes, very brave men and women, standing tall and proud, representing. And they're sending a wonderful message in California, if not the world, by making these stops, getting in these communities, getting in the media, showcasing to the 38 million Californians what is going on in LA in a very short period of time. So we thank you, we're honored by you, and my hats are off to you. As Chief Dyer said, law enforcement is a partnership. Multiple agencies, we're all on the same team here. With our community, we're all one. We're on the same team. And one of our biggest, I'll call her a cheerleader because we love her, our own sheriff in Fresno County is an amazing woman, has done amazing things for us in Fresno County, and is a great leader in law enforcement, not only here but across the nation. She is making her footprints known in D.C. many times for Fresno and our family members. So, Sheriff Mims, please come on up.
Good afternoon. A little bit of history. The law enforcement torch run for Special Olympics began in 1981 when Wichita, Kansas Police Chief Richard LeMunyon had a small group of officers run with the torch to raise money. The first run raised a few $100s. 34 years later, the law enforcement torch run has collectively raised millions of dollars to benefit the torch run. That's worth applause. Law enforcement officers throughout the world volunteer their time and energy to raise funds and awareness for Special Olympic athletes. The Law Enforcement Torch Run for Special Olympics is the largest grassroots fundraising and awareness vehicle for Special Olympics worldwide. We are the single largest contributor for this event. This last year, law enforcement raised over $50 million worldwide. I am so honored to represent Fresno County and the Fresno County Sheriff's Office and the men and women that work there, to welcome you to Fresno County and to let you know we're going to be rooting so loud for you, you should be able to hear our voices down in Los Angeles. So thank you and welcome. I turn this back over to Chief Dyer.
Thank you very, very much, Sheriff, and especially for that history, because I do believe that there are a number of us out in the community today that do not have very much of an understanding of what Special Olympics really, really stands for, and we do want to raise the awareness and raise that understanding. This is near and dear to me. My daughter is a special needs teacher. And each year in our department, we go to Adicott School as part of their sports day. And it is an incredible opportunity to be able to mingle and interact with a lot of those kids. And it's sometimes those kids that look up to people that they aspire to be. And it's those people that are on our stage today that those kids look up to and aspire to be. Those individuals that have intellectually disadvantaged. But one thing for certain, they have huge hearts, and we are very grateful for that today. Again, another round of applause for our athletes. At this time, we get the honor, again, to have Gabriela Garcia come forward, and she's going to sing a very, very special song called Fly. Gabriela?
Just remember that we were all meant to fly. Spread your wings across the universe. It's your time to shine. There's a light inside of all of us. Soon you'll find that it's your time to fly. It's your time to fly. A little help is all it ever takes. Somebody else to tell you it's worth fighting. A single step becomes a leap of faith. That's when you realize you started flying. So don't you ever say you're giving up. No, there's no looking back. 'cause we were all meant to fly. Spread your wings across the universe. It's your time it's your time to shine. There's a light inside of all of us. Soon you'll find that it's your time to fly. It's your time to fly. Just reach up and don't give up until you touch the sky. Just reach up and don't give up until you realize we were all meant to fly. Spread your wings across the universe. It's your time it's your time to shine. There's a light inside of all of us. Soon you'll find that it's your time to fly, fly. Soon you'll find that it's your time to shine, shine. Soon you'll find that it's your time to fly. Spread your wings across the universe. It's your time it's your time to shine. There's a light inside of all of us. Soon you'll find that it's your time to fly.
That was absolutely incredible, Gabriella. What a beautiful voice God has gifted you with. So thank you for using it. You know, we have a special guest in the house today, and somebody that represented the United States in the U.S. Olympics and was a gold medalist in 1976. And this guy's name, he's a legend, quite frankly. For those of you who don't know him, an individual that represented our country in a very positive manner and was a gold medalist. And I'd like to have him come forward, Maxie Parks.
You know, it's a great honor to be able to have the opportunity and the privilege to stand before all of these special athletes and to have felt the joy and the aspiration that you have in order to go out and compete in the Special Olympics or in the Olympics or in competition in general. Every one of you have already been a victor and is a champion, whether or not you received a medal or not. Just the courage and the admiration of wanting to compete makes you a champion. I developed my dream and passion watching television back in the early 60s and seeing two great athletes compete in C.K. Ying and Rayford Johnson. And as you said, those dreams began. And these athletes' dreams have flourished and it's growing stronger and stronger. And each generation to come, the dreams will continue. And I applaud the officers of all the departments throughout the United States who support the Special Olympics and to help build and fulfill the dreams and desires of all of these young people of all ages who want to compete in the competition. I had my opportunity. The greatest moment was standing on that stadium and having the anthem played in my honor and having the color guard play it. It just brought so many great memories back of the joy and the excitement of wanting to get out there. I know I can't do it anymore, but it feel those juices just came right back up. But it is a great honor to have the privilege to stand before you and just share a few words of encouragement to each of these athletes and continue the great work all of the agencies that are doing to help this program continue to flourish. Merci. I appreciate for that history that you just shared with us of the dedication and how long the dedication is going, and that it should continue on. Thank you again, Sharon.
Appreciate it. This time I'd like to have a Special Olympics final leg athlete, Nigel Davis of Jamaica, please come forward and make some comments. And so Nigel Davis, please come forward. Give him a round of applause as he makes his way up here. Also with Nigel is Claire Hawthorne. She is actually an officer who's running this final leg, and she happens to be a police officer from New South Wales, Australia. So we've got visitors from all over the world with us today. Nigel?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nigel Davis. I'm from Kingston, Jamaica. And I've been with Special Olympics since I was 9 years old. Special Olympics has helped me a lot to be calm and not to be upset with others when we are not agree. Special Olympics has given me great opportunity, experience, and family that has helped me to be the man who I am today. Special Olympics has given me the opportunity to travel around the world, to attend the World Games. And I run, play football, play floor hockey, roller skating, and also recently I began playing floorball. Special Olympics have given me opportunity to train with other athletes and meet new friends. I have a wonderful job working in a factory and for the visitors. The last 10 years I've been making soaps for the hotels for our visitors to Jamaica. The torch run is a wonderful experience to highlight a very special organization, Special Olympics, and I feel very special to be participating in the Lauren and torch run. I hope Special Olympics is around to help other find a special place in the world. Thank you for supporting Special Olympics.
I'd like to start by saying good afternoon and a heartfelt thank you on behalf of the entire Law Enforcement Torch Run and the 2015 final leg team. But from me, I'm going to say it the Australian way. I'm going to say g'day. And I'm going to go off script for a little moment too. Wow. Wow, wow. This is just beyond words. And thank you for the weather you've put on. At home at the moment it's winter. So I am appreciating this heat. Okay, back to script. My name's Senior Constable Claire Hawthorne. I'm also known as Claire Bear, and the Wailing Banshee. I am so very honoured to be representing both the New South Wales Police Force and the New South Wales Law Enforcement Torch Run in the 2015 final leg. I've been in the New South Wales Police Force for 12 years and on the committee for the New South Wales LETR for 5. There are 3 main reasons why I became a cop. The first, I didn't like the idea of sitting behind a desk in an office job. I wanted to be physically active and I wanted to be out there. Second reason, I'm a rule follower. And the third reason, I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to help my community. 8 years ago this month, I transferred to the Riot Squad, where I am the only female operative out of 100 operatives. It's here that I got asked to participate in a torch run across the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Yesterday I got to run across the Golden Gate Bridge. My first run was the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Both just, I'll never forget it. And right from that first run, I was hooked. After, I went up and asked, what could I do to be more involved? The LETR covers 2 of the 3 main reasons why I wanted to become a cop. Unfortunately, these days, people are quick to be negative and to criticise the police. However, when we do torch run, it's all positive. So I've been asked to tell you about my favourite torch run experience. Jinkies. Seriously, how can you pick just one? Well, I didn't. I have to tell you about 2. And it's pretty lucky for you guys that this is still fairly early on in this experience, because we could have been here for an hour, I'm sure, by the end of this. So the first one I have to tell you about, similar situation of speeches at the end of a torch run. And the athlete at that time said, before the Special Olympics, he had no friends. Every day he would sit on his lounge and he would play video games. Sometimes he'd go watch his brother play sport. Now, because of Special Olympics, he has many friends. Every day he's either training for or participating in a number of different sports. He's done the athlete leadership program, he has a job, and now his brother comes to watch him play sport. And that is the reason why I do this. The other one that I have to tell you about was before the opening ceremony of the National Junior Games. My partner in crime, Ali, and I, we snuck into the New South Wales team tent. We wanted to go and speak to all the athletes and just tell them how proud we were and to wish them good luck. After speaking to a couple of them, I realised there was no way we were going to be able to speak to all of them. So being the shy and quiet person that I am, yeah, Wailing Banshee, I stood up onto a chair with no microphone, and to all of them I wished them good luck and then said just how proud I was. Then I started a chant and a cheer. And I tell you what, that atmosphere was just amazing. I just want to finish by telling you how fortunate I am to be part of 3 families. My blood family, I love my family. My police family, I am fiercely protective of my family. And my law enforcement torch run and Special Olympics family, I am so proud of my family. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And I wanted to know, I know you ran across the San Francisco Bay Bridge. Was that a better view than the Mariposa Mall? You don't have to answer that. We don't have an ocean here in Fresno, but we have a lot of love. All right. Good day. What's that mean? Good day? Good day. Good day. Good day. I like it. I'm bilingual now. And by the way, we are hiring in Fresno. If you ever want to come over here, we are hiring. You know, as part of the tradition, we are going to exchange gifts at this time. But and as we do that, we're going to have our city clerk, I believe, is going to read a proclamation, and that proclamation will then be presented by City Manager Bruce Rudd. But we are going to, at this time, have our city clerk read the proclamation. Following that, we're going to have Chief Abrams, Sheriff Mims, and myself. We're going to be doing a gift exchange, or at least presenting gifts to them. And so at this time, I'd like our city clerk, if you have the proclamation to read, and we'll have our city manager come up and present that proclamation.
Good afternoon. What a pleasure to present this proclamation to you all. Whereas the 2015 Special Olympics World Summer Games take place in Los Angeles, California, July 25th through August 2nd, 2015. The Summer Games are part of an unprecedented occurrence in Special Olympic history, in which the World Games will be hosted in the United States the year following the USA Games. And whereas the Special Olympics World Summer Games is expected to attract 7,000 athletes and 3,000 coaches representing 177 countries, along with 30,000 volunteers and an anticipated 500,000 spectators. This year's Games feature 25 Olympic-style sports in venues throughout the Los Angeles region. The opening ceremony will be held on July 25th, 2015, at the historic Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum site of the 32 and 1984 Olympic Games. And whereas Fresno, California is a stage on the law enforcement torch run Final Leg Team Tour, making its way through the Central Valley to Los Angeles, California, promoting the message of acceptance, teamwork, courage, skill, and inclusion. On Thursday, July 26, 2015, runners will make their way through downtown Fresno, stopping for a ceremony presentation hosted by the Fresno Area Law Enforcement Agencies at Fresno City Hall. Featured speakers are Special Olympics athlete Nigel Davis of Jamaica, Law Enforcement Officer Claire Hawthorne of South New Wales, Australia, Council President Oliver L. Baines III, Fresno City Manager Bruce Rudd, Fresno Police Chief Jerry Dyer, Fresno County Sheriff Margaret Smith, and the California Highway Patrol Jim Abrams. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the members of the Fresno City Council wish the competing Olympic athletes the best of luck and do declare July 16, 2015 to be the 2015 Special Olympics World Summer Games Day in the city of Fresno. Congratulations.
Okay, at this time we're going to be presenting traditionally challenge coins, and so each one of us will be presenting. Sheriff?
On behalf of the men and women of the Fresno County Sheriff's Office, I present you both with a challenge coin as well as a pin that is a replica of our uniform badge.
Jim?
I guess my turn. Nigel, on behalf of all the men and women of the California Highway Patrol up and down the state, and I suspect this may not be the first California Highway Patrolman that's talking to you. You might have a whole lot of CHP stuff when you're done. But we've got a challenge coin, we've got a special calendar, and we've got our Highway Patrol patch and all the history behind it enclosed in the brochure for everything you're doing for Special Olympics and being the leader that you are. Thank you so much. On behalf of the men and women. Being a sister in law enforcement and obviously a leader in your own right, thank you so much for being that leader and taking the charge and making a difference in this world. Thank you.
And on behalf of the Fresno Police Department, I wanted to issue you both a badge that resembles what we wear in the Fresno Police Department, but also a challenge coin. And on this challenge coin, it says 6 words. It's what we do: safety, service, and trust. And then on the back side is what we stand for, and that is courage, compassion, and community. And so I wanted each of you to have those as well. And I know on behalf of the City of Fresno, we also have pins for all of the athletes, and we'll be presenting those as well. So thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask that Stephen Pantages, Gabriela Garcia, and Charlie and Ryan Allshouse please come to the podium. And we are going to lead everyone in the audience in the oath. And we're going to actually read this oath twice, but it is to encourage the athletes. We want to encourage the athletes to join in, as well as the audience. And you have this on the bottom of your program. For those of you who have programs, hopefully you have it on the bottom portion. If not, I don't think we can display it on the screen. I don't think we have it. So at this time, we're going to repeat the oath, and we're going to do it 2 different times. Okay, ready? Let me win. But if I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt. One more time. Let me win, but if I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt. All right, round of applause for all of our athletes. Let me selfishly say thank you to those that coordinated at least this ceremony on behalf of the Fresno Police Department, Josh Pantages and also Sergeant Diana Truba. Thank you for all of the work that you've put into this event. Wherever you are, I know you're around here someplace. And I want to thank, Captain Roberts from the Clovis Police Department. Thank you for being here and representing Matt. We know that he is out of town and could not be with us. at the close of the ceremony, some photographs are going to be taken with the athletes and all of our uniformed officers present, and we're going to do that in front of City Hall outside, so please make sure that you're a part of that. And at this time, this will conclude our ceremony. Thank you for coming. God bless. Go get them.
Consideration of plan amendment application number A-15-001 and related environmental assessment for a property located within the planning area of the Fresno General Plan, impacts council districts 1 through 7. Staff?
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the Council. Sophia Pagalatis with the Development and Resource Management Department. And this afternoon you have before you Plan Amendment A-15-01, which we call General Plan Cleanup. It includes 41 different requests on approximately 394 acres within the planning boundary. And here you have a map showing where those requests fall in relation to your council districts. And this would be a good time for me to also point out you've received some materials. You do have that map in hard copy, and you also have 2 tables describing the proposal along with the recommendations of the Airport Land Use Commission, the Council District Plan Implementation Committees, and the Planning Commission. This is just a copy of what was provided yesterday in your supplemental with the Planning Commission action added on to it. So included in this item are 4 different categories of requests. The first category are the requests that were referred back to staff when you adopted the general plan. These were called Category B items, and they required further analysis. Those are requests 1 through 21 on your table. The second category are general plan land use map corrections, and those are items such as simply errors on the general plan land use map or plan amendments that were approved between the time the general plan was initiated and was adopted, and those plan amendments simply never made it onto the map. The third type of request is the request to revert back to the land use shown on the initiation draft of the general plan back in 2012. That was the direction we received from you when the general plan was adopted. And finally, a miscellaneous category of city-initiated requests. When taken together, these land use changes result in an estimated reduction of 370 dwelling units and 734,000 commercial square feet. So overall, it's a slight de-intensification of what the current general plan proposes, although these numbers are less than 1% of the projected build-out. So staff does not believe that these numbers are significant. In the residential land use category, residential dwelling units shifted from residential high and medium high densities to residential urban neighborhood, regional mixed use, medium and medium low densities. Commercial square footage shifted from office to other commercial uses. Industrial, we had a shift of almost 4 acres from heavy to light industrial, and business park increased. And finally, park land increased by 5 acres. A negative declaration was prepared for this plan amendment. No additional impacts or mitigation measures were necessary, as all potential impacts were covered by the general plan policies and the master EIR mitigation measures. It should be noted that the environmental assessment that was prepared for this was a general plan level environmental assessment. No projects are actually being considered with these requests, and no project-specific environmental review was done. So it's general plan level environmental review. Public notice. The environmental document was noticed on June 11th in the Fresno Bee. And then again, the Planning Commission and City Council hearings were noticed on June 19th and July 3rd in the Fresno Bee. All of the properties were posted on June 19th. And the Council District Plan Implementation Committees reviewed these items during the week of July 7th through the 13th. The ALUC reviewed the items on July 13th, and the Planning Commission considered the item first on July 1st, continued it, and acted on the item on July 15th. And I'll get to that in a moment. We did receive several letters and public testimony on the item. You have most of these in your packet, and you received 2 more in your supplemental yesterday. We received a letter from Jeff Roberts of Granville Homes requesting that the 40-acre park site on Mission Ranch be removed and designated medium-low density residential. And that's actually related to requests 27 through 30, not just 27. We received a letter from Marissa Segala on behalf of Fancher Creek requesting to withdraw item 4. July 1st, we heard Planning Commission testimony and correspondence from Joanne Caskey and Felix Torres in opposition to request 34. And we will go over these in more detail in a moment. We also heard testimony from Mary Law and Edward Law in opposition to request 37. Continuing on, we received a letter and testimony from Ashley Werner of Leadership Council in opposition to the staff recommendation and expressing concerns about the housing element. Planning Commission testimony from Jeff Johnson in opposition to staff recommendation on request 33. We also heard from Sue Williams in opposition to staff recommendation on request 16. And we did receive a letter from Mr. Ellsworth requesting withdrawal of item 21. So when you look at your table, you will see there are 3 items that are stricken out or blocked out in gray. Those are the items that have been withdrawn by the applicants. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to describe staff's recommendation, and then I'm going to go on and describe the recommendations of all the other bodies that have reviewed this. And we'll summarize, and we'll take it from there. So let me start with staff recommendation. Staff is recommending that requests 4, 21, and 23 be removed from the plan amendment. And that's simply because 4 and 21 were withdrawn by the applicants, And after further research, it was determined that 23 was already acted on by the council in Category A when it was adopting the general plan, so it was not intended to be part of this cleanup. And that requests 3 and 16 be denied. I'm going to go into more detail about those items 3 and 16. Request 3 is a proposal from Fancher Creek for the redesignation to open space of regional mixed use, residential medium density, and residential medium low density to be redesignated as an open space trail. This applies to approximately 13 acres. And staff is recommending denial not because staff does not want to see a trail there, but simply because trails are not shown on the general plan land use map. So staff recommends denial, and that where we show trails is more appropriately depicted on our parks and trails map, and also can be taken up for further discussion in our parks and trails master plan. Request 16 is a request to redesignate 3 acres on the southeast corner of Kings Canyon and Minnewawa from corridor center mixed use to residential medium low density. And this came from Ms. Sue Williams, concerned neighbor who lives in the proximity. Staff believes that because Kings Canyon is a BRT corridor and this is a corner location, that the corridor center mixed use is more appropriate for this site. So that was staff's recommendation. I'm now going to go over the Airport Land Use Commission's recommendations and then your Council District Plan Implementation Committee recommendation. The only 2 requests that were within Airport Land Use Commission jurisdiction were Request 27 in Mission Ranch and Request 37 on the southwest corner of Herndon and Brawley. And I'll describe both of those here. Request 27, which is within the Chandler Airport influence area, is a request that only pertains to the dual designation of the site you see above. The site has a park planned land use, but every park planned land use also has a dual designation underlying it in the event the city is not able to purchase the land as a park. This proposed amendment would redesignate the dual land use from residential urban neighborhood to residential medium low to match the land use that is surrounding it. The Airport Land Use Commission found this proposal consistent. Request 37 pertains to the 16-acre city-owned property at the southwest corner of Herndon and Brawley. This property is within the jurisdiction of the Sierra Sky Park Land Use Policy Plan. If you look at the 2 graphics above, the graphic on the left shows the way the planned land use is today. That is, it is 3/4 office, which is the purple, about 12 acres, and it's approximately 4 acres medium density residential. That's the peach colored. The proposal was to map the clear zone onto the property, and the proposal is shown on the right-hand side, redesignating 1.8 acres of office as general commercial. That's the red on the upper right corner. Redesignating 6.25 acres of office as clear zone, and redesignating 3.93 acres of office as medium density residential, which would bring the total medium density residential to approximately 8.5 acres. The Airport Land Use Commission found the commercial portion consistent. They found the clear zone consistent, but they did not find the medium density portion consistent. When this was presented at Planning Commission last night, Planning Commission also shared the concern and recommended denial of just the 3rd component of this, the redesignation of the office to the medium density residential. The Council District Plan Implementation Committees approved the plan amendment as proposed by staff, except for the following. And here you see the list of the committees that made recommendations. District 1 voted to deny request 13, and I'll go over all of these in detail. District 2 conditionally approved request 34. District 3 made no comment. District 4 approved staff recommendation. They had no additional modifications. District 5 voted to deny request 16 and recommended low-density residential. And District 6 voted to deny requests 33 and 35. I will go over each of those briefly. District 1 voted to deny the proposed site 13 you see here, 18 acres, going from residential high to business park. The committee felt that the residential use was more compatible with the area. Request 16 was considered by the District 5 Committee for the 3 acres on the southeast corner of Kings Canyon and Minnewawa. And they believed that that site should remain as residential. And our proposal, or this proposal, was residential medium low. Staff is recommending denial. Staff believes it should stay corridor center mixed use. District 5 recommended that it be designated as residential low density, which would match the land use that surrounds the property. And by the way, this is all noted on your table. Request 33 pertains to the northwest corner of Chestnut and Alluvial. It's an 18-acre site. The plan amendment proposes redesignating the site from residential medium density to residential medium high. However, the District 6 Committee recommended that it stay residential medium. In other words, that this request be denied. They felt there was enough additional density in the neighborhood. Request 34 in District 2 is a proposal on 12 acres to redesignate residential medium high to residential urban neighborhood. And District 2 approved staff recommendation, but with the caveat that a traffic impact study be provided when development is proposed on the site. And that would be the most likely scenario given the size of the property. Request 35 is a 3-acre property on Shepherd and Chance in District 6, proposing to redesignate 3 acres from residential medium high to residential urban neighborhood, and the District 6 Committee recommended denial of that request as well due to concerns about density in the neighborhood. Planning Commission considered the item first on July 1st and continued the item because they wanted to hear what the Council District Plan Implementation Committees had to say. And they acted on the item last night on July 15th. They approved staff recommendation with 2 additional denials. One was request 13, and that's the 18 acres in District 1 that I just described. And they also recommended denial of the 3rd component of request 37. That is the 3-part request on the Herndon and Brawley property. And staff does support this request as well. So I wanted to just restate the Planning Commission's recommendation for clarity. They approved the plan amendment recommending that requests 4, 21, and 23 be removed from the plan amendment because they were withdrawn by the applicant, and requesting or recommending that requests 3, 13, 16, and the 3.93 acre portion of 37 be denied. That was Planning Commission's recommendation. It was a unanimous vote. Going back to staff recommendation, this is the staff recommendation that you received in your report. Removing items 4, 21, and 23, and recommending that requests 3 and 16 be denied. With that, I am happy to answer any questions, and I do have maps of all of the properties should you wish to examine these in any more detail.
All right. So we're going to thank you, staff. We're going to take the item out to the public, and just to give a little instruction to council how we're going to do this. We may have some further recommendations that we'd like to submit. So what we're going to do is the part of staff's recommendation that we are not in conflict with, we're going to take that in a single vote. And if there are other recommendations that council members have, we will take those motions individually and vote on them one by one. So just want to be clear for my colleagues and the public on how we'll do the process. So each council member will have the opportunity to submit their changes if need be. We'll put those in the proverbial hopper, and then we'll vote on them one by one after we take staff's recommendations. All right, with that, I'm going to head out to the public. We have several cards, and I'm just going to take them in order. And first up, we have Mary Nonig Law. And you have 3 minutes, and state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Mary Nonique Law. My husband is Edward D. Law III, and hopefully you'll ask him to come up after me because he put in a card also. We have lived in the second cul-de-sac just south of the, I want to say peach-colored, where the number 37 pointer is at in this property in the southwest corner of Herndon and Brawley. We've been there for 22 years. We only have 8 more years to finish purchasing our home. So we are neighborhood residents. We became aware of this purely by new recycling papers. And I had missed it, and then noticed something odd in the paper for Sophia explained that it's been in the paper 3 different times, and we have all 3 of them. My husband has the 3rd one. And I just glanced at it and saw that number 37 was the old Blosser property, which is just north of our stucco berm wall, which is our backyard. And so we contacted the planning Sophia's planning department, and we went to the meeting on July 1st, and then we were invited to the meeting on the 13th with the planning committee. And I want to compliment Sophia and sharing as much information that she gave, because my husband and I, we were very concerned because we understood that they were wanted to change the quarter panel that is the arrow is pointing at to medium density 5 to 12, and it sounded like they were going to put apartments in there. And then we heard, because it wasn't on those the initial map, that there was going to be a gas station in the corner, which is I think that might be it's a brick red color. So on Monday, 2 days ago, we discovered that somebody, I guess, heard us, or they heard us afterwards, and they changed it to where we're still in opposition of if you put apartments in there, because we have several apartments, huge complexes just to the west of us and the south of us, southwest of us. And we're so happy that the clear zone has been made a complete clear zone that looks like it lines up with the airport better than it did in previous attempts from other developers. And then the corner triangle is the red.
Your time has expired. Are you almost?
Oh, I thought the bell meant I had one more minute.
No, you have two. The first one lets you know you
Oh,
have
I
a
didn't
minute.
hear the first bell. I
All right.
apologize.
No
I was
problem.
busy trying to piece it all together.
All right.
We still have concerns about the gas station, which is the quarter panel up there, and the traffic and safety of it.
Thank you. Next, we have Edward D. Law. If you can state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Edward D. Law, 4068 West Los Altos. Our berm wall faces north. We live directly south of what was known as the Blosser property. I'm 38 years a letter carrier, retired because of handicap, but I delivered north, south, east, and west of Brawley and Herndon. And the last, before you, Mr. Browndow, the two previous councilmen for our district, I would notify everybody about what was going on that Blosser property when they tried to put Target in, different apartments, and we'd have great turnouts, packed houses. And so we worked together and got most of that turned down. We still object to apartments because of the rash of problems with the apartments that are much older now that are east of us, west of us on Palo Alto. I object now also to how we're notified. This is how you're notified. If you get the Fresno Bee, you'll know. If you happen to glance at this in the business section, you'll know. If you don't get the Bee, you won't know, unless you go online and are looking for something in the business section, you'll see it. We need every house homeowner in District 2 to get a letter about what's going on with a piece of property like this, because nobody was told, because nobody lives within 350 feet of that proposed gas station, and where the apartments might go, medium or not, there's about 35 houses that would be notified, and 2/3 of those could care because it's a lower, low density home. Ours is a medium. So that's my complaint. We need to notify the residents in your district, everybody, not just who might run across it in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Dennis Sniffen. Come up and state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Dennis Sniffen. I reside at 4158 West Kelly Drive in the Sierra Sky Park subdivision. Lived there since 1975, and I'm the president of the Sierra Sky Park Property Owners Association. In attending the Planning Commission meeting last night, they denied the increase in that 3.93 acres from residential medium, from office to residential medium, and the Property Owners Association agreed with that. What we tried to do is keep the density as low as we can for all the obvious reasons, being next to an airport. Any increase in the density around the airport severely decreases the margin of safety for aircraft operations and frankly puts the airport in jeopardy. We hope to work with the Airport Land Use Commission on the safety aspects of the surrounding property on the area. Perhaps help or provide with workshops to work out these safety issues. And we would like to make sure that the areas surrounding Sierra Sky Park, the densities are consistent with other airports in Fresno County, specifically, say, Chandler Airport. Any questions for me?
If we have Sure, you sure can.
What was acceptable for you in that piece of land?
Well, an alfalfa field would be great.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So
That's
but I
not going to
appreciate
happen. Office is fine.
Okay.
The 1.8 acres that's a gas station right now, we're not jumping up and down with excitement that it's a gas station, but it's acceptable to us. And the clear zone obviously is just exactly what we needed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next we have Ashley Warner. You can state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Ashley Warner, Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We submitted a letter. I hope you all had the opportunity to read it. So we're opposed to these rezones that would result in a significant reduction of density for medium and high density residential in the city, and they would further exacerbate the city's failure to plan for affordable housing in the city. I think we all know that in every district there is a huge lack of affordable housing, safe, quality affordable housing, and this is adversely affecting all of your constituents on a daily basis. And it is a direct result of the city's failure to plan for affordable housing. And I think anybody who looks at the general plan land use map, we can see that the city has not planned for affordable housing. Anything south of Shaw in the city is the light yellow color, which represents low density. Low income residents can't afford to live in low density subdivisions. So that's why there's state laws and that's why there's federal laws that the city has to be planning for a mix of densities, including, higher densities. So what we ask is that either you reject all of the proposals to reduce residential densities today, or you direct that this item return to staff and to come back to you with no net reduction in density. And I think it just bears pointing out again, as we've stated to you, the city is more than 5 years behind its housing element commitments to rezone to higher densities, at least 700 acres of land. So the city is not in a position now to continue to reduce densities as it has been doing time after time over the years. And then in addition, as we point out in our letter, there's several housing element policies, policy 2.17, 2.17A, that we think this directly conflicts with, that state that the city is to ensure that it's maximizing densities on parcels. So, we ask you to really take responsibility for the lack of affordable housing that exists in the city and to take proactive action to make sure we're not further exacerbating that with these rezones. Thanks.
Next we have Jeffrey L. Johnson. And if you can state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. It's Jeffrey L. Johnson of Fresno, District 6. First of all, thank you for your time. I realize you're busy, and this is a lot of quick information coming after a very lengthy staff report. So I understand I'm not going to be able to answer a lot of the details, but there's some things I want to point out to you that I suggest resolve. Number one, I really objected to the Planning Commission process on this. Consolidating specific proposals for density increases within a house cleaning proposal in order to go above the threshold to avoid sending individual mailers to affected residents, I think was a misjudgment. It stifled participation by the public. And as far as my lay opinion, I think you have some Brown Act issues with that. I also think that publishing the Fresno Bee is not the best way. It's good for public, it's good for businesses and everything else to look for public notices, but residents, frankly, is diminishing readership is not good. The public posting, folks, if you were up there on that day when we finally noticed these postings, it was actually posted in a place where pedestrians are prohibited in 6-point font. Impossible for residents to see the postings. They would not know about these. We only found out when my wife one day was out walking and decided to jaywalk and go across the street and read. Way too late for me to respond. So I asked staff and I asked the commission to delay temporarily. I did attend the district committee meeting, and before I could object, they educated me on the whole process of this item number 33 at Chestnut and Alluvial. Twice they have rejected increases that, not out of concerns of density like staff mentioned, but out of concerns of safety, alluvial and Chestnut at this location are not being used as designed. They are being used for major regional thoroughfares. They are taking the place of Herndon and Nice Avenue and are wholly inadequate to be going by elementary schools and everything else in this area. It is extremely unsafe. 3 times I have almost been struck by motorists who decide to run at 35, 40 miles an hour down bike lanes. I don't appreciate that. Bottom line, I really object to the term of returning to a prior density as it was stated in the resolution. This is not. This area along alluvial obviously was not intended to be high density. If you look around, if they would have raised the map a little bit, you would see that area is not lacking in lower income housing. We have a great diverse neighborhood there that I've loved raising my kids in. Large significant amounts of multifamily high density housing throughout there in that entire area, much larger than the rest of Fresno. Alluvial was not intended for this, and I ask you to basically send this back to staff. And the reason is real clear, and I'll wrap it up.
Sure.
There is a proposal on the light that I learned from staff. The gentleman who owns the place is actually intending to go commercial there in the long run. Even though he's requested this, his intentions are to add commercial into the mix, which is extremely inappropriate. And as far as I'm concerned, I wish staff would have disclosed that to the commission. They did not. So I want to make sure you understand that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you much.
Next, we have Joan Caskey. You can state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
44 North Salinas, and I do have a map. I don't know if you want to pass that out just to clarify a little bit so I don't have to talk as much. I'm here on item number 34, 5351 North Salinas. It's at Salinas and San Jose. Major concerns are the traffic, which I talked to the commission about, and they seem to agree that would be part of the project. But I think that's easy to say, but there's so much building going on out there. Even number 25 is also going to impact the area. The road going through San Jose is a major road. It's since the early 80s has always been a major road. I built a house out there in 83, so I know was part of the planning on that. That's going to go right through that property. So a larger complex, it's going to definitely affect the traffic flow through there. We already have a lot of major issues. We can't go anywhere without a bottleneck, whether it's going north and you're at the loop on Gates in San Jose. More building out there with the senior complex. Number 25 is going to build more out there. We can't go anywhere on Shaw because, they're going to construct the railroad through there too. It's already a major bottleneck. So I don't think more density does our neighborhood any good. We have a 224 complex that was built less than 2 years ago on Salinas. So there's only 40 houses and then that large complex. So to put another larger complex there, we think would definitely be a detriment to our neighborhood. And it's not that we would like something built, but I think going back, when you say you're, going back to the original zoning, there's been many things built, many things even on this plan that are going to definitely impact it. So changes have been made even since that original date of the initiation plan. So we would just like you to look at everything as a whole. We have, Costco, Winco. We have a lot of people coming. And Gates in San Jose is very dangerous. I don't know what the city can do about that anyway, but you are definitely going to throw a whole lot more traffic when San Jose opens up. So we would just like you to, it's a big picture. We realize maybe that's a small lot, but all of it definitely impacts the area. So thank you for, listening.
Ma'am, what was your name?
Joan Caskey.
Thanks, Joan.
Mm-hmm. And I did send a letter, so
Yep,
hopefully
I got
that's
it.
in your packet,
I got
too.
it right here.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Bill Robinson. You can state your name and address for the record.
Mr. President and members of the council,
Question, there might be another item, another property spoke on today that I also have representation, so I may have to come back up. I just wanted to let you know. I'm going to speak only on item 13 at this point. Item 13 is on Grantland, around Ashland. It's on your maps. Sophia, correct me if I'm wrong. District 1 considered this change from business park. They want it back to residential. And the PC also made the same recommendation, but staff has no change. Is that correct? Thank you. Okay, a little history. This property's been BP, business park, on just about forever for any general plan that you can find in your office. The owner bought it as BP with the intention of doing a personal storage facility. They paid $2 million for 18 and some change acres. That's $105,500 an acre. Was it a good deal? Probably not. But they have a considerable investment in this property. I think that possibility is that maybe District 1 and the PC didn't understand that this property has been BP as long as it has been, and that this is an opinion, but changing this property to a residential high density, and the adjacent parcel, which is 17, to residential high density, is arbitrary. It was in an effort to increase the holding capacity of the general plan. Us in the development business understand that. But also, there was no consultation with the owners of these two properties. I'm only representing 13, but 17's in the same boat. That there was never any contact to take a piece of property, 19 acres, that has a designation for over 20 years and just all of a sudden decide to put residential there. So on behalf of the owners, the owner of property, which is item number 13 or parcel on your list, we kindly respectfully request that it remain BP as staff has recommended. So if I have any questions, I'll remain. Thank you.
Next, I have Jim Marshall. And state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is James Marshall. I live at 270 South Temperance, and I would like to talk about item 14. And they're changing the zoning. It was going to be at Daryl's Mini Stories. Now it wants to be light industrial, and it backs up to a housing project now. Now, as a mini storage, they're open from 7 to 7. I think if it goes to light industrial, I think they can operate any-time they like. And that piece of property does not include the corner where the old Gorilla Club was. That is not in this change. From this map, I can't really tell, the map that I saw. And as far as the posting was never put on that property. It was actually put on the corner of Temperance and Kings Canyon, not the property that you're speaking about today, and where it backs up to 20 acres, where there's 83 houses. And if it was sold, and if it was changed, the hours that those people could keep, and the noise and the trucks going in and out with the light industrial might be a little bit too much, because it's actually kind of landlocked. Temperance is an expressway, and they have like 70 feet on Temperance Avenue that is only supposed to be for fire and emergency. And they only have like 240 feet on Kings Canyon Avenue. And where the Kings Canyon Avenue is, when we were here, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, that was also supposed to be a bus stop. So I don't know how all this would work anyway. It's not that I'm for it or against it, but how do you keep this to where they couldn't work late at night and keep these other people? It won't affect me. I own the property on Temperance Avenue. I own property across the street from this, but they only share I have 950 feet, and they only have maybe if they're lucky, 75 feet on Temperance. So my deal is my other neighbors and the posting. If I didn't mow my yard and go feed my neighbor's goats, I would have never saw the posting, because the posting was on the wrong piece of property. So I mow my yard, get it on my golf court, go feed the guys. Instead of throwing it in a recycle, I feed his goats. But anyway, there's my concern, is when you blanket and say, okay, we're no longer going to call it mini storage or whatever that warehouse is. It's all going to be light industrial from now on. If they sell the property, can there be somebody building trailers? Can there be a body shop there? Can there be a guy building cabinets? Can he get deliveries in the middle of the night? Because there's, like I said, in the 20 acres across the street from me, which back up to this property, there's 83 homes. So, and that's in Sal's district. I'm sure he's very familiar with it. So it's not that I'm one way or another about what you're doing. It's just when you blanket it and throw it all back out there, again, you go from a business that would be open from 7 to 7 to unlimited hours. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Those are all the cards I have, but if I have any other members of the public that would like to speak on any of the items, Dirk, did you still want someone to call you up, or are you going to take care of it right now? You did, but did you want us to call it? Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Dirk Puschel. My business address is 923 Van Ness here in Fresno, and I'm going to speak very briefly about some of the matters that are of interest to my clients. Item number 37, I'm here on behalf of Gary Chester and Bubble Clean. The Planning Commission, the Advisory Committee, and your staff all recommend that the property be designated as noted in the staff report. I also note that we have letters from the Federal Aviation Administration finding consistency with the proposed gas station that was referred to in some of the testimony earlier today. Item number 33, the Brosi property at the northwest corner of Chestnut and Alluvial. Staff and the Planning Commission both recommend approval of that property. As you may recall, the request is to revert it back to the designation that was approved by council. And you may also recall that the night the plan was adopted that we appeared, and we are assured that this opportunity would be provided to us so that the property could revert back to medium-high designation. The street and congestion problems that you hear about will be resolved when this property develops, because there's essentially a bottleneck at the corner of Chestnut and Alluvial where this property is undeveloped. Two other properties I think are of interest to the Planning Commission, and that is first the Spradling property, item number 34, which is at San Jose Avenue. Early in June of 2012, 3 years ago, I wrote then City Manager Mark Scott. We had meetings with city staff, and we talked about our interest in having a plan amendment for the Spradling property, and we were directed, well, we're going to update our general plan. Why don't you just kind of piggyback with the plan? And I'd like to hand staff through the council secretary a letter. They're essentially similar for both properties, the Spradling Chance property, which is item 35, and the Spradling San Jose property, which is item 34. Particularly important is that San Jose Avenue goes right through the middle of this piece of property, and it will be developed because we have to develop both sides of that property, and we believe then will improve circulation throughout the area. The advisory committee also had an opportunity to support this, as does your planning staff and the Planning Commission. The Spradling Chance property is also somewhat unique in that the same letter was written for the San Jose piece. We asked for a density of 16 to 30 units to the acre, but the nomenclature that we used for both the Spradling and the Chance properties was changed later through the iterations of the plan. This is a 2.8 acre piece at Chance and Shepherd. The plan has already designated the parcels to the east, the other 5 parcels for residential urban neighborhoods. So we are kind of our own little island here through this change in nomenclature. So we ask that this property also be designated for residential urban neighborhood. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them of me of any of these properties.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dirk. We can call them. We certainly can. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to come right up, state your name and address for the record? Yeah, 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. Jeff Roberts on behalf of Granville Homes. I have some very brief comments I'd like to make, and I did attend both Planning Commission meetings as well as the District 6 Implementation Committee meeting. Regarding some properties in District 6 in the Copper River Ranch area, these are properties, or items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 on your sheet before you. We are in full concurrence with both the Implementation Committee recommendation, with the staff recommendation, and with the Planning Commission recommendation on those 8 items. Regarding 4 items in the Mission Ranch area in District 3, both the Planning Commission and staff are in concurrence on 4 items. Those are 26, 27, 28, and 29, and we agree with what they have stated. However, we'd like the council to consider going a little bit farther than the committee and the Planning Commission and the staff. This particular property is currently farmed. It is currently zoned, and it is designated for medium-low density residential. It has to be master planned, and we have taken on that task, and we'll start that task very shortly. But the problem is there's some park sites that exist kind of floating above this property, and our best guess is that they're not in the right place and that some of them may not be the right size. What we'd like you to do is to consider eliminating the park sites today, with the understanding that at a future point in time, we will deal with those park sites when we get into the master planning process with the folks in the neighborhood. Since this is a general plan cleanup time, it seems very appropriate that you look at these park sites at this time, make the land use designation consistent as medium-low throughout, and we will deal with these at a later time. That's all I have, Mr. President. Thank you for the time.
All right, do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Council members, your request to speak buttons are working again, so you can punch up as necessary. Oh, all right, everybody's racing. Councilman Brandau, you're up first.
First, I'd like to call Dick Ellsworth up just for a second. Mr. Ellsworth, if you could come up. I know you didn't speak earlier, Mr. Ellsworth, but so much stuff is going on in District 2, and I'm trying to keep track of everything. I just want to make sure. So did you withdraw item 21?
Yes.
So you're fine with that being completely withdrawn from today's basket?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Item 19 and 20 is going forward as planned?
Yes, that's correct.
That's all I needed from you.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ellsworth. All right. I'd also like to call Mr. Puschel back up. Dirk, on 37, which is what everybody calls the Blosser property, right?
Yes.
You've been involved with that for years, and a couple of folks here have said that the city hasn't really notified the community that well. What is your thought on that?
We reached out, our firm communicated with representatives of the Sierra Sky Park about 3 years ago and introduced to them the concept of Mr. Chester purchasing the property. And because the property was the City of Fresno's property, we've tried to make our communications with property owners known to senior city staff. With respect to other changes that were going on, I couldn't really speak to that, but we've tried to be very progressive in our communications with the neighbors, and any opportunities that we've had to communicate with them about our project and its relationship to other properties. We've tried to be very forthright in those conversations, and we have a contractual responsibility to do that because, as you know, we've entered into an agreement with the city, and because it's the city's property, we felt we should be very progressive about our communications.
And were you involved in past proposals for the Blosser property?
Yes, yes, I was. I represented a gentleman that works at Harris Ranch. He's one of the seniors out there that had a grant at one time for the Field of Dreams. That didn't obviously develop to fruition. There was also some interest years ago, and I believe that the city actually requested proposals to develop what I'm going to call the southern third of the property for a mixed-use, multifamily project, which I think then precipitated the Painter development. But yes, I've been involved in quite a few.
So
projects.
at one point, the southern chunk of that property was going to be an apartment complex?
There was a conversation some years ago about a mixed-use residential component on that southern portion.
I'm kind of wondering why, it seems to me, Jennifer, Dirk, thank you. I might actually call you back up.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Clark, Development and Resource Management.
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer. Jennifer, for folks, so in my mind, I might be completely wrong on this, but I'm trying to put together how folks couldn't be notified correctly. When we've done that in the past on this even same piece of property, we notified people around. Is that because back in the past it was just a single piece of property that we were dealing with instead of a big list, and we just notify people differently when we're doing this?
Two things. Great question. Two things. One is this is a general plan land use designation change. So we're not proposing specific projects.
Yes.
Whenever there are specific projects that require an entitlement, such as a rezoning or a conditional use permit, there would be notification of the surrounding property owners. If there was a single site that we were changing the general plan land use on, there would be a specific notification around that property. This is part of a larger item that council considered in December and said, hey, there's some things that we need to reevaluate. We need to come back as a group. So we brought these back as a group, just like the general plan itself was done as a group. So that's why there was not specific notification. I would note that any project proposed on any of these sites that required an entitlement like a rezoning or a conditional use permit would have specific notification of surrounding property owners. This is just allowing specific land uses to be proposed later on.
Okay. And then when somebody comes in with a specific project, there will be more noticing at that time?
If it is a
zoning
project, there have been a couple of projects referenced here today, and of course, we're not discussing those specific projects here today. The ones that have been referenced would require, an apartment complex would require, because it's a conditional use permit, would require notification. A gas station, because it's a conditional use permit, would require notification. So those types of uses, yes, would require notification to the property owners. So there would be additional time to go to the district implementation committee as well as to the planning commission.
Okay, because I was of course paying a lot of attention to the District 2 folks that spoke, but there was also a couple District 6, District 1, and District 5 that had similar notification problems, and so that kind of worries me, because I've never been a part of doing this much land use work outside, of course, outside of the general plan in a single basket. So I didn't know if we notified differently. So let me just focus back on this one Blosser property, and maybe this will even answer other folks' questions for other properties. When we redesignate this property today, we're basically saying a gas station can go up here, and then we're
any commercial use.
Yeah.
Right. Any commercial use could be proposed on that site. A use like a gas station would require a conditional use permit and will require additional notification and additional entitlements for that property.
Okay. And then the next section, which is in green on this chart map, that's going to be open space now. That follows the flight path.
That is the clear zone, and that follows the flight path, and it is currently designated on this map as clear zone open space.
Okay. And then the piece in question is that beigeish yellow piece?
Correct.
And initially, we're calling for that to go to residential, medium residential. And what is the definition of medium residential?
That is 5 to 12 dwelling units per acre. That can be a very small lot subdivision. A really good example of that would be European Quarter, which is on Willow near Shepherd in Clovis. So it's a small lot gated subdivision, so medium
Still
density, but
single-family
it's single
residences.
family. Now, it could be attached townhomes, but, we're seeing a pretty high demand for that size lot development for single-family, small lot development right now.
But that can't be apartments.
It would be very hard to do apartments at 12 units to the acre.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. But there was some talk at the Planning Commission last night of even splicing this piece, which would create 2 office sections. Is that correct?
Correct. So, do we have that as a, okay. So, the Airport Land Use Commission said that if you look at the graphic on the right, that the red corner triangle, the commercial piece that's proposed, was consistent with the Sierra Sky Park plan. And the Planning Commission concurred and said, yes, we recommend approval of that corner red triangle. The second green piece, the clear zone swath, the Airport Land Use Commission also said that it was consistent with the Sierra Sky Park plan, and the Planning Commission concurred. The lower triangle, the beige triangle, which was proposed to be entirely medium density residential, the Airport Land Use Commission said it is not consistent with the Sierra Sky Park plan, so we do not recommend that part go forward. The Planning Commission concurred with them and said we don't recommend that it go forward. So if the council chose to adopt that recommendation, yes to the red, yes to the green, and no to the beige, it would revert, that beige triangle at the bottom would revert back to a combination of the purple and the beige. So essentially, there would be a small piece of office here that would be attached to this purple and office here, and a small piece of purple along this corner here outside of the clear zone, and this would remain as it is currently planned. So this bottom third, this bottom acreage here would remain as it is on the map here. So if you overlaid the red and green onto the previous map, you would have a very interesting, colorful map with purple, 2 purple triangles, a beige rectangle, green swath, red swath.
Okay. Now, office in those 2 areas, so you have a spliced section of office, right? Prior to this hitting the Planning Commission, the city had planned on making that all residential medium.
We had recommended
that.
making it all one piece, just for ease of potential developer to have the same land use designation for the entire parcel. However, it isn't necessary. It could be multiple smaller parcels. It could be subdivided into smaller parcels. Piece is office, this piece is office, and this piece is medium density residential. But again, that would be up to the final developer to determine what is the best use for that parcel. And then determining is it consistent with the Sierra Sky Park plan? Is it consistent with the general plan? And is it consistent with the development standards for that area?
Okay, so, but back to my very first set of questions. So, whenever a project actually gets submitted for this piece of land, will these residents be notified and have some input?
Depending on the level of intensity, a project that requires a rezone, so say someone purchases the property, they don't want two pieces of office and one piece of residential, they want it to be all office. It would require rezone, yes, that would notify the property. If someone requested a small office up in one corner, an office in the other corner, and we're able to develop the medium-density residential per the Sky Park land use plan, then no, that would not be noticed unless it was something that required a CUP, such as an apartment complex, such as a gas station. Anything that's a higher intensity usage would require a conditional use permit and would be noticed to the property owners.
Okay. All right, so it really depends on what they're changing or what the project is in relation to the zoning.
How it impacts the neighborhood, absolutely.
Okay. I think, let me see if I have any other District 2 questions right now. So I don't think I do. I might come back up with another one. I've got, yes, Mary.
Really quick, if you like, can you have her approach the lectern?
Mary, come up, and this is Mrs. Clark. She's the head of our planning and development.
I just didn't know her name. So last night, after the meeting of the Planning Commission in here, where we thought we were going to be allowed to speak again because it had been postponed for 2 weeks, none of us got to speak, and there were like about 20 of us out there that were upset, and some of them were the airport people. Sophia, where'd you go? She left the room. Sophia explained to us that all the people there, that it was okay, that it was going to remain, the beige was going to remain office for now, that the commission on, the Planning Commission on Monday had recommended that it be denied that bottom half triangle, and now she's saying that they're asking you to do 2 purple areas, which would be, I'm not sure, commercial or office? Office. So the beige is still not office? Is the beige still apartments?
Well, no.
See, that's the confusion, is you see how it's a lower
Mary.
quadrant.
I'll call her back up, and I'll get those answers for you. All right.
Sure, because...
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's
if it goes back.
because now she's talking about a third map that isn't up there, and then we need to speak to that, because again, you heard the gentleman, I don't know if he's still in here, who is the airport person who says no to apartments in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mary. Jennifer, so if we don't take the city's recommendations, if we take the Planning Commission's recommendations, is that little rectangle square on my left side of this, or on the left display, is that apartments right there?
No.
No,
so
there's no
it's
apartments
medium-density residential.
Okay.
Which is
So,
5 to 12
Mary,
units to the acre.
it's not ever going to be apartments. It's not apartments on either one of those plans. Well, yeah, so that's a goofy deal. Things that happened last night are quasi-official, okay? So that was what the Planning Commission was recommending, and so I'm not quite sure about that communication between Sophia and the folks that were there last night. But, yeah. But, no, but here's her boss. This is her boss anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me get to that in a second. But I want to clarify one thing first. So this beige square that was over here matches the same zoning. That's still medium residential, is that right? As the beige triangle on this other.
The planned land use that underlies the beige triangle on the right. If you deny that third request, so there are three requests.
Yes, right.
You can say yes or no to any of those three. If you say yes to the red, it becomes red. If you say yes to the green, it becomes green. If you say no to the beige, it goes back to what it is on the left side of the map under just that triangle. And so Ms. Pagalatas went upstairs to get a hybrid picture to show you. So if you had other questions, we could go do that, and then if you wanted, we could come back to this. But the picture, the graphic, instead of me waving in the air, might be better for you to see visually what it looks like.
Here she is.
Really quickly, I'm just going to ask that we not really discuss from the gallery like that. If she wants to come up to the lectern.
It's not fair for me to talk with you in your seat.
Why don't you step back to the lectern?
Yeah.
All of this is a public hearing. We want to make sure that the public can hear the dialogue.
We also can't hear some of your microphones. I don't know if you can hear me well, but some of your microphones, when you speak, we can't hear you very well back there. You each have an individual microphone, I guess, and some of them aren't as clear or loud as others.
So Sophia actually went to get a different illustration she thinks is going to clear this up for us.
See, there it is. She's doing exactly what the her boss, the director, I don't know your position, I'm sorry. And this one is now showing two triangles, and the triangles then symbolize
office.
But the beige symbolizes what?
Medium residential. So
Okay,
it's not going to be apartments, even if we go back to that one.
So medium residential could also be small houses?
What she said, small lots, like European quarters, I think she said, or small lots. It'd be unfeasible for somebody to come in and think they're going to make money building apartments
Okay, so then
with that
there's
density.
the third map is what you're considering today, which we didn't know about until she's describing purple triangles, and
Yeah.
it was confusing.
Yeah.
So our preference would be to have it be, and the gentleman that was the airport, he didn't want residential in there at all, and he's one of the head airport guy. So my husband and I would want it to remain office and not be residential at all, because that's what we were saying in the beginning. So
Okay.
the third triangle, the extra two purple triangles now change the whole initial thing that Sophia was showing an hour ago. So
Right.
we would just
This
ask
just
you
cleared
to-
it up. Thank you, Mary.
Okay.
Jennifer, am I taking a lot of time, Council President? I mean, this is a big deal
You take
for my
it,
residents.
no,
Yeah.
you take as much time as you
Sorry about that. So Jennifer, and this is a really important piece of property. The truth is, we're getting this piece cleared up, but the previous guy that sat in this chair punted the ball down the road to me. I don't want to punt the ball down the road to somebody else, so I want to take care of it today. It's taking a little bit of extra time. This piece is a little bit different than all the other pieces on here, in that Fresno's been debating this one piece of property for a long time. And so, Jennifer, what I'm going to do is keep the recommendation that your staff put together on item 3, right? Residential, medium residential, with these conditions. Prior to the project's planning commission hearing, a neighborhood outreach effort shall be conducted, which includes Sierra Sky Park residents. Final project approval shall be granted by the City Council. Prior to project approval, the project must obtain a Federal Aviation Administration Part 77, finding of no hazard to air navigation. And number 4, as may be determined by the council to assure that appropriate aesthetic, land use compatibility, and public safety are addressed, project densities are not required to meet land use designation minimum yields. So I'm throwing a lot of conditions on there to safeguard citizens, but I want to roll with medium residential.
Okay, so So here's the first test of kind of how we're going to do our motions. City Attorney, is the best way to have that stand as a standalone motion, as an amendment? Because here's what I'd like to do, Council. So staff gave us some recommendations. What I would like to do, if we can, and we'll have to see if we can do this, is accept the recommendations that they've put forth that we agree with. And then those recommendations that we want to amend, kind of like what you did, Councilmember Brandow, we set those to the side and then vote on those amendments one by one. City Attorney, with Councilmember Brandow's motion, can we put that in the hopper, or how would we treat that right now?
Well, as I understand it, Councilmember Brandow's motion is to accept staff's recommendation as it is on the paper, but with additional conditions?
It's really an amendment to staff's recommendation is what it is.
Right. We probably ought to treat that as a separate motion.
Okay.
And then the balance would be to approve everything as is.
Okay. So I think that's probably the most appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah. Because what you're really doing is amending staff's recommendation, so you have some additional criteria that you're going to put in there to safeguard the residents. So we'll take that. So, Councilman Brandow, if I could get you then to maybe make a motion to approve staff's recommendations.
Okay, for District 2 items? Is that
City Attorney,
the way I can do it?
This motion is confined to 37, the 3.93 acres. Is that right? It only affects that portion of it?
Yes, you're right.
And as I understand the motion, you're not thinking that later on they could do a zoning change without a plan amendment, right? Because if they want to do a zoning change later, and that would be inconsistent with the land use designation, it would require a plan amendment, unless that's done today. Is that right?
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, I'd like to see this continued with what Jennifer's office came up with, and then if there needs to be a change in the future, these safeguards that I just read will illustrate that change that might bring everything right back to us one more time.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Right. We're deliberating up here. If Councilman Brandow would like to call you back up, he certainly will.
So the motion is to approve staff's recommendation on item 37, the 3.93 acre portion of that, with the additional conditions that the council member mentioned. Is that correct?
Right.
So that motion will go into the hopper of the separate motions before the final motion to accept the balance.
You know, the more I think about this process, City Attorney, I don't know if we're going to be able to do it the way we thought about. I think what we're probably going to need to do is actually take each council member's changes to this to staff's recommendations, put them individually in a hopper, vote on them individually, and then make one big motion in the end. So then we will know what the final product is.
That sounds good.
Okay, that's what we're going to do. So I see no reason why, unless there is an issue, why we can't vote on your motion right now, get it out of the way, and add it to staff's recommendation.
We could, assuming all the council members have had an opportunity to speak to it.
Right. So so council members, that's how we're going to do this. I think that would be probably the quickest and most expedient way. Councilmember Brandow has a motion on the floor to essentially amend staff's recommendation with this particular item. Do we have any council members that would like to debate this anymore with Councilmember Brandow? Okay. What I would like to do is take your motion right now and vote on it, and then include that as part of staff's recommendation. And then we will go, if you have other motions you'd like to make, then we can take those in sequence too.
Okay, but prior to that, no, Mary, I'll listen to your husband. If you, or this guy, or you wanted to come up? Yeah, you, in the light shirt, thank you. Oh, you spoke once already, right?
I have. I just have a quick comment. Again, increasing the density around an airport is not a good idea. It greatly diminishes the margin of safety of the airport operations. Additionally, that can go up to 12 units per acre. A medium density is 12 units per acre. That's 3,630 feet per unit, square feet per unit. That is not much. I don't know how you're going to cram 12 single-family residences, houses, into a parcel where it's 3,630 square feet. I strongly recommend that we keep that office and keep the density down as low as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Nope. No. I gotta ask a question. Councilman Capriolio, I think, wants to.
Cap, if you'd like to weigh in, you can weigh in right now.
There's been a lot of talk and pretty much beat to death, so I think I'll just hold back my comments.
I have to ask Council President a question. So you want to vote on that one item, and then we'll have time to ask if there's anybody that wants to talk about any other district?
Yeah, so I just think that, and listen, folks, let me apologize. This is the first time we've done this process,
Yeah, right.
so we're figuring it out as we go as well. But I think that the best thing is going to be able to do is for us to deliberate each individual motion as it comes up. Since you have the floor and the mic, we can deliberate your motion now and vote on it. Add it as part of what will ultimately be staff's recommendations should it pass. And then in the end, once we've done that, we will take one big vote on staff's recommendation and add all of it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Are you ready to vote?
Clear on this one, yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion. I will second it so we can vote. And City Attorney, did we capture Councilmember Brandau's motion?
Yes, I think we're good.
Okay. Does anyone need Councilmember Brandau to repeat it? All right. All those Madam Clerk.
Okay, so on that motion, we'll take the vote now. Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandau?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero? Yes. Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes.
6-0.
All right.
All right, Council President, now I'm sorry that one property took so long. Are there any members of the public, and Joan, I heard from you, that would like to talk about any other District 2 properties that we haven't yet discussed? Okay. So, and Mr. Ellsworth left. So then I'm going to make a motion to approve the rest of this District 2 properties as recommended by staff.
Okay, staff's already made the recommendation. I don't know, do we need another motion for that, City Attorney?
No, I thought we were going to follow a process of at the end making a motion to approve all the balance.
If you're good with the rest of the recommendations.
I misunderstood something you said.
Okay, only changes. We're going to vote on just the additional changes that we have. So if you're good with the rest of staff's recommendation, we will take that in the balance in the end. Okay. Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been in contact with the residents regarding some of District 5 regarding some of their concerns and issues of what's been approved, and unfortunately they were unable to be here today, or fortunately, whichever. But Sophia, I'm going to need some help, please. And I've talked, you and I spoke a little bit about each of the three that I wanted to cover, and City Attorney, please feel free to jump in as well. For clarification on item number 3, which is Fancher Creek, we previously discussed and voted on by the council to ensure that we designate those parcels open space / trail. Okay, and did you want to comment on that? Because that's going to be the motion that we designate those parcels as open space and trail.
Yes, Councilmember Quintero, I will bring up the map momentarily, but staff's reason for its recommendation of denial on those 3 Fancher Creek properties is that it's simply a mapping issue. It's not that we don't want to see the open space and trail. We do. It's just that we don't show open space or trails on any other portion of the general plan land use map. And
okay.
Jennifer, you want
So
to add?
Thank you, Jennifer. That's
Councilmember,
good.
thank you. May
That's
I
good. I'm
add to that
happy.
as well?
No, I'm
So we have a variety of different.
I think Councilmember Quintero said he's happy.
Oh, you're happy? You're
Yeah,
good?
no, I'm
Okay.
happy. I just need a clarification for the rest of the council. Thank you. Some of my constituents like me. Thank you. Also, the next item, Sophia, was item number 16. That would be the southeast corner of Kings Canyon and Minnewawa. That is, we wanted to move that from quarter center mixed use to residential medium low. The reason for that, it backs up into a neighborhood that is an older established county neighborhood. That's all right, you don't need to show it. I know which one it is.
If you give me a moment, I can find that slide.
That's all right. I
But
know
it's-
which one they are.
Okay, it's
You
the
know which ones they
southeast
are.
corner of Kings Canyon and Minnewawa. It's 3 acres. And our reasoning for wanting to keep that mixed use is that it's on the BRT corridor, it's on a corner, it's within a 10-minute walk to stops in either direction, and we feel like the street interface on a mixed-use project is going to be much more walker-friendly, pedestrian-friendly, whereas if it were developed into a single-family subdivision, a likely design scenario would be that a wall backs up to Kings Canyon. That's typically how subdivisions address arterial. So that was our rationale.
Okay. Well, my rationale is that's bus route number 28, and in that particular area, you don't get as much ridership or folks waiting for the bus as in other parts of the corridor, of that particular corridor. And, like I said, it's an older neighborhood with large lots, and in meeting with the residents as well, that was one of their concerns is if it does become a mixed center use, the lighting that would be required for that development would go into the backyards of the immediate residences behind them. So that's a concern that they had, and they kind of want to maintain that same area. So my rationale is that you're not going to have as many folks who's waiting for the bus in that particular area. So I'd like to make a motion, Council, that we go back from the quarter center mixed use on those two lots to a residential medium low.
All right.
Okay. And then also, I just wanted to touch a little bit, ask a question. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. One last question I have, and I wasn't aware of this until today, is Mr. Marshall's concern for the Daryl's mini storage on Kings Canyon west of Temperance Avenue.
Right.
That I think that would be the northwest corner of Kings Canyon and Temperance. There's Freeway 180 drops off right into there, and then you have the Armenian Rest Home there. So I think that
Understood.
would be the northwest corner. Okay.
Yes.
Southwest? 6781 is an odd number. It's still on the...
Is this the one? Here we are.
Okay.
Here we are.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about that designation? Or I believe there's a canal that runs right by there as well, backs up to a canal.
Right.
Was Mr. Matisse's property at one time. I don't know if it still is.
Right.
Still. Okay.
I believe I heard that the concerns were based on possibly different hours of operation for Business Park.
Or at
and-
Daryl's, I think the proposed, Mr. Marshall said, was it Daryl's mini storage?
Correct. Yes, sure.
So as you recall, in December at the general plan land use discussion, there were some concerns raised about 3 particular parcels that the land use was being changed to a designation that under our current code may not allow for a mini storage facility.
May not.
May not,
Okay.
right. So when the general plan was adopted, those three properties, items number 13, 14, and 15 on your list, were specifically raised by the City Council to come back for us to evaluate whether or not we could have a different land use that would be more compatible for a mini storage facility. We have done 2 things. One is that the business park designation that's being proposed on these would be consistent with your recommendation in December, the City Council's recommendation to change all 3 of these to business park. If you chose not to do that, if you chose to leave them at office and residential high in number 13, mini storage still could be developed on those parcels. Mr. Zach has made sure in the new development code that we allow for mini storage as a conditional use in those zones. So either way, the council would be able to make that accommodation for the property owner. However, the representative of the property owner is Mr. Robinson, and he is here if you have specific questions.
Okay, that's who I'll talk to. Okay. Mr. Robinson. Can you talk a little bit about that corner?
Yes, Mr. Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
As you know, I've been involved in this particular corner for many years. Mr. Marshall's concern with the industrial light, or BP, being adjacent to a residential subdivision to the south. Originally, this was SL, the Storage Limited, and SL has been dropped from the new development code. And as Ms. Clark indicated, Mr. Zach has made sure, and we've met with him a couple times, that the storage, personal storage, will be an allowed use with a CUP in the BP and the industrial light. So we have no issue with this, but there is an existing entitlement on the property. It's intended to be a mini storage. It's about 9 acres, so it's not a very large facility, but growth will have to encroach into that area before to make it viable.
So it would be both on the north side and south side of the canal there?
No, sir. Mr. Matisse, to my knowledge, as of probably 2 or 3 months ago, still owns the 3 acres on the corner, which, as you know, I got changed to commercial.
Yes.
And it is shown on the map as
So you're
red.
talking then about the south side of the canal?
We're talking about the south side of the canal. Actually, that map right there is very representative. This property is the purple.
So the designation that it currently holds then would support a mini storage?
It is an allowed use with a CUP.
Okay, but there's no plans for what's going to get built there or anything?
Well, as you know, and I'm sure that planning director and staff can confirm this, there's an array of uses that are allowed within each land use designation. So I'm not going to swear till the end of time that something else wouldn't go there, but it would have to go through the process. And if it was going to be anything other than an allowed use in the business park designation, it would have to require a plan change.
Okay.
Or zoning, at least a zoning change.
Okay.
And I don't want to speak for director or staff, so maybe they need to confirm that.
Okay, thank you. Sophia or Jennifer, is there anything that we can do to designation-wise to protect the existing neighborhood in terms of what goes there? I think you mentioned that a little bit earlier.
The current designation on the current general plan is office. A storage facility, a mini storage facility, would be allowable in the office land use with a conditional use permit.
Okay.
So if you chose to, we under council direction changed these 3 land uses to business park to allow for the storage mini facility. But at the same time, we also, understanding there would be concerns from surrounding property owners, said with a CUP, a limited mini storage facility is probably a good neighbor to a residential property. And so we are allowing it in the new development code. Office would continue to allow for the development of the mini storage. So if you left it alone, if you denied staff's recommendation for the change to business park, it would allow for this development to occur, but it would also protect the neighborhood in the sense that it would only be an office, an 8 to 5 use.
Okay. Mr. Marshall, I believe, you don't need to come up, but I believe this is probably one of the best uses that we can have impact-wise, because just down the street from there, as you're well aware, south of the neighborhood is Ledestri Foods that runs 24/7. No, they haven't. It was Dole, and then it was Dole and...
Mr. Marshall, excuse me.
I'm just trying to explain something to you, okay?
Really quick, Sal. Sir, if you're going to speak, and Sal, if you want to speak, you can come to the lectern. If he doesn't...
come on up.
Okay.
It does go to light industrial. If it stays at mini stories, they open at 7, they close at 7. Light industry doesn't have to close. And you're worried about the people in Minnewawa having lights? Put light industrial there. Look at those homes in the back of that. What kind of lighting are they going to have?
She is talking, Mr. Marshall, she's saying that the least impact would be offices or a mini storage, right?
But not light industry.
Not light industrial, exactly.
I'm good then.
All right.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
All right, bro. We got it. Got you covered.
So in terms of the corrective motion would need to be on number 14 to deny the staff recommendation.
Okay, I thought we were talking about 13. Okay.
Kings Canyon and Temperance is ID number 14.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. 14.
Okay.
Yes. That's my motion to deny. Yeah. Okay.
All right, we have a motion to deny staff's recommendation on number 14. We have a second. Madam Clerk, take the roll.
We have 2 motions pending right now.
Oh, what was your first? I'm sorry. What was your first one?
The one that Councilmember Brand seconded was on Kings Canyon and Minnewawa, the southeast corner.
Item 16.
Item 16.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to take that. We're gonna take that one first, and then you'll have
Okay.
to come back. So we'll be taking Councilmember Quintero's first motion.
Okay, this is for item number 16. Councilmember Brand, your vote. Councilmember Brandow is absent. Councilmember Caprielio?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? And Council President Baines?
Yes.
Okay, that's 5-0.
Okay. Now the second, City Attorney, can we just take that second motion, or does he have to remake it?
You can go ahead and take up the second motion.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if we take a second motion as well.
Okay, and that's item.
Council President, if you
Yes.
indulge me for a moment, I can't hear the votes. In fact, my colleagues could speak into the microphone or shout it out or something.
Okay, got
I
it.
keep my tally here, and it's hard unless they speak up.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we're voting on item number 14 now. Councilmember Brand?
Yes.
Councilmember Brandow, who's absent. Councilmember Caprielio?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes.
Again, that's
Well,
5-0.
What was Soria's voting? I'm sorry.
It was yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, staff.
All right.
For clarifying.
We're going to go to
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
Councilmember Soria.
So I'll try to make mine quick.
Yay.
Thanks, Paul. So just a couple comments before I go into some specific questions on 2 of the items on the spreadsheet. I do want to just acknowledge some of the comments that were made by a number of individuals in terms of the public notice and public outreach. That's a huge issue for me, and to hear concerns of how people were notified about these potential changes. So just, if we can try to look at other avenues aside from the Fresno B. We all know that, as mentioned, the readership has declined. So to ensure that people do have ability to participate in this process. So for future, I would really encourage you guys to look at other options. If it's mailing a letter to, I know one of the individuals that I will be talking about had 19 acres, and he wasn't part of, he didn't participate in my District 1 committee, and he wasn't at the Planning Commission because he didn't receive the proper notification. I think we would have gotten a different response from our committee members had there been some questions and answers that would have been part of the debate. So just for future, I would really encourage you guys to do that. We don't want to stifle any public participation as we move through these land use changes. So just wanted to, I know that I believe Alan Carter, you here? If you can just come up to the front, I know that there is one item that I believe is item 17. Just wanted to make sure that the land use change request from residential high to residential medium, that you're okay with?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so just wanted to make sure to ensure that there are no issues and that we can move forward with that. Okay, so thank you for being here. Then the other item that I wanted to bring up, I know that Bill spoke about it, was item 13, going from residential high to business park, which was recommended by staff. But again, my committee, District 1, and also the Planning Commission rejected the staff request. So for me, I think what would have been helpful in that respect, again, for the individual to have participated in our committee, in the committee process, so that some of the questions and concerns, I know that some of the concerns that come with the request to make it a business park, some light industrial usage, potential usage, and I know that that's a concern. I know that Bill just mentioned that they would want to potentially build a mini storage. Is that correct, Bill? So if I would, right now as we stand, I would like to recommend maybe if we table this and try to bring it forth with the District 1 committee to have, again, a conversation and have the actual owner participate to answer some of the concerns and see, I don't know, maybe it is in a business park, but I did just hear in a previous motion that an office designation would allow for the building of a storage. So looking at other options to address some of the concerns that I know that some of the District 1 committee members did raise. So I would want to make a motion to table this item, take it back to our District 1 committee, have the owner notified about that item, and look at other options to address the concerns of any future or potential light industrial development. Because if we look at the map, the surrounding areas, we just had another owner, Alan Carter, agree to the change in residential medium. And if we look at, there's a park, there's a potential elementary school plan on one side. So we want to just make sure that it complements really the area that we are looking at. And so I would like to make the motion to table this item, so not make any changes until we take it back to the District 1 committee and get further input and look at other alternatives of designation for this particular piece of land.
Second.
Okay, and then just the other kind of broader questions that I had. So we're seeing that there's a number of changes being made, amendments to the land use. And so I believe Ashley earlier brought up some issues about us not meeting, potentially meeting our housing numbers. So how do these amendments or changes in terms of land use designation, especially the ones that we're moving away from residential medium or residential high, how will those impact our housing number?
I would defer to the city attorney's office to address any housing element questions. They have been assisting us in the process of updating our housing element. We were in that process this year, and we've been working closely with HCD at the state level to ensure that we are meeting their expectations. But I would defer to the city attorney to address that.
Yes, council member, is there a question more specific than
So
that
I'm
answered?
just wondering, so currently before the changes that are being made, are we at where we're supposed to be with the housing element in terms of meeting the housing numbers? And I'm wondering whether any reduction in that impacts, I want to know if we're going to have some type of plan to address that, because if we're not meeting the benchmarks.
Yes. The department is in the process of amending the housing element, preparing the new housing element. And the housing element doesn't specifically address particular parcels of property. It's the city as a whole. Is it meeting its goals?
Yes, but if we're making individual changes in terms of the densities, as a whole, it impacts the housing numbers, correct?
That's true, yes.
So
There
I
would
guess
be a net effect.
that's my question. If there's going to be kind of a broad impact across the board, I don't want to get into the individuals, but just as a whole, is that being taken into consideration? Do we have a plan to address this issue? I guess I want to know what's the conversation, what is the planning department's plan to address and meet
right.
state law?
The department is working on the new housing element right now.
Mm-hmm.
What's the date? When do we expect that to come forward? I'm not sure of the date we expect that.
We are working with HCD. It is due before the end of the year. We anticipate bringing a draft back to this body in the late fall.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. And so I know that Ashley brought up a question in terms of one of the specific element programs, 2.1.7A, I believe, or 2.1A. So will we be working on this through the housing element?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I guess my concern, and I just want to make sure that we are thinking about the broader issue in terms of meeting the benchmarks as required by state law. And so obviously there's going to be some impacts in terms of the land use designation changes. So I just want to make sure that we are having an honest conversation about it and try to figure out how we're going to plan to address those issues through the housing element.
Yes, this is a big picture answer, but given the number of units that we're talking about here compared to the number of housing units throughout the city, it doesn't appear that it would be legally significant in the sense that it would take us over or under where we should be based upon the limited number of units that we're talking about here.
Do we know about how many units we're talking about as a whole in terms of the changes?
It was 370 fewer units, which is less than 1% of the total anticipated planning area number of units.
So these 370 that are being impacted, are we looking at ways to make up, or what are your guys' thoughts?
Those in the housing element conversation, we will have to look at the city in totality And at that time, we will need to evaluate location, density, number of units as a whole. For the city, these individual units do not impact our overall ability to meet the housing element expectations of units to be produced or units to be available to be developed.
So we may have to come back after we are going through the housing element process if we are not meeting those benchmarks to find where we can
The
increase.
city's general plan has a housing element consistency chapter. Our housing element and our general plan currently are consistent with each other. The housing element that we will be developing this year may or may not look like the housing element that we currently have in the general plan. The general plan will need to be amended with a new housing element chapter. And in that chapter, it will explain how we will go about meeting the planned land use requirements by the state of California.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, so.
All right, we'll
That
now
one.
take your motion. There was a motion in the second. City Clerk?
All right, so this is for item 13. Your vote, Councilmember Brand?
Speaking to the mic, Councilmember Brand. No.
Councilmember Brandau?
Yes.
Councilmember Caprielio?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council President Baines?
Yes.
And that is a 6-0 vote.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Brand.
A few clarifications. Sophia,
Quickly, I hope.
are you out there?
Quickly, I hope. Yeah. Beautiful here. Wish you all were here.
So do I. Items 33 and 35 are basically, the staff recommendation is to keep the existing zoning and not to go to the proposed zoning.
One moment. For 33, the recommendation is to go redesignate the 18 acres from residential medium density to residential medium high.
And the staff recommendation is to reject that, correct?
No, staff recommendation is to approve that.
Okay, to go from residential medium to residential medium high, that's a staff recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
The Council District Committee, however, did recommend denial.
Yeah, the District 6 committee rejected it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And from a numerical point of view, under the existing zoning, how many units could be put there?
Residential medium land use is 5 to 12 units to the acre.
Okay.
And residential medium high, I believe, is 12 to 16 units to the acre.
Okay. I've seen that. I would like to, so if I want to leave it as the existing, I need to make a motion, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
to deny staff recommendation, as I
I'll make a
understand.
motion to deny the staff recommendation on item 33 to retain the zoning as it currently is right now.
Is that all, Councilmember Brand?
Well, I got more.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Quintero.
Then on item 35, the Shepherd and Chance. So what is the existing and what is the recommended?
The current land use is residential medium high, which is 12 to 16 units to the acre, and the proposed is residential urban neighborhood, which is 16 to 30 dwelling units to the acre. Staff recommended approval, and the District 6 Committee recommended denial.
And I'd like to also make a motion to be consistent with the District 6 Committee, which would be to leave it in its current zoning of medium, residential medium high, correct? So my
That's
motion
correct.
is to leave that in its current zoning of residential medium high?
Yes, except it's land use, not zoning.
Okay,
This is all land use.
Right, okay,
Yes.
that's my motion.
Second.
Okay. And the only other items that are on Copper River are all fine. I've had people send me some emails just to clarify for anybody who may be listening, that some were requesting that these were going to be R2, but the R2 zoning has been there since 2003, so there's really nothing really changed other than, I believe, 3 acres or 1 parcel, so I'm fine with those. So that, I believe, represents all the items I think that I have in District 6, and those are my only 2 motions.
All right, we'll take your first motion in order. It was for what was the first one, Madam Clerk?
Number 33.
It was to
Number 33?
deny staff recommendation on items 33 and 35.
All right, now it's seconded by Councilmember Quintero. We'll take the roll call vote on that.
Councilmember Brand?
Yes.
Councilmember Brandow? Councilmember Caprielio?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes.
So that's 6-0.
All right, Council,
Brevity
I remind you to speak into the mic when you register your vote, please. Cap, did you have something?
Thank you for that request, and brevity award to Councilmember Brand.
You won an award, Councilmember Brand.
Oh, I'm honored.
All right, we'll now take Councilmember Brand's second motion.
And that was leaving the zoning current for items 33 and 35. Councilmember Brand?
Yes.
Councilmember Brandow? Yes. Councilmember Caprielio?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes.
And that's a vote of 6-0.
All right.
That completes my remarks. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Caprielio, did you have anything to add for your district in this discussion?
I don't think my district is reflected in the 41 items that I'm reviewing as I sit here looking at Lone Peak.
Okay, you have about 3 items, but if you're okay with that, then we can move right along.
I was wondering how do we get from a land use change request from to the land use request to? Is this generated by whom? Maybe it was stated on this.
Councilmember Caprielio, Jennifer Clark. The majority of these were items that were generated in the general plan land use discussion in December. Most of them were recommendations made by council on behalf of property owners who came and testified, but we could not conduct a full assessment at the time of the hearing. And so this is to clean up, as we promised we would bring this back to the City Council prior to bringing the development code. Then there were additional corrective items where, such as Universal Accessible Park was built on a parcel. We needed to clean up the land use designation on that particular parcel. So that's how the from and the to were generated.
Thank you. Are there more from and tos in our future, or is this it?
So over time, there will be potentially additional corrective actions that will take place. What we promised the council in December was that any pre-existing land use entitlements, such as a tract map or a conditional use permit that still had time on the clock, if the land use had changed during the general plan acceptance, that if the landowner wanted to develop under their existing entitlement, they could do that, but the land use, we would need to correct the land use map at the time they did it, so it would be a city-initiated plan amendment at that time. So there could potentially be additional cleanup, such as this particular agenda item. It may not be as many as 41, however.
And again, do you know of anything from D4 on this list of 41 items?
There are several items. Your district implementation committee did recommend approval of the items on the list. There are 3. The first is item number 24, which is a final map. And again, this is one where the map had a residential medium-low designation, but the general plan map showed residential medium. So to correct and to become consistent with the tract map, we are recommending changing 23 acres at Locan north of Shields from residential medium to residential medium-low. The next item is item number 39, which is a parcel on Armstrong from residential low to residential medium low. It's 2.45 acres. That was an isolated parcel. The property owner requested it be corrected to be reflect the surrounding land use. And then item number 40, which is the northwest corner of Belmont and DeWitt. It is 5 acres. It was designated on the land use map as a neighborhood park. However, there is a park planned nearby, and we are recommending it to go to residential medium high, which is consistent with the surrounding land use.
I recall that from our garden days on item 40. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll just let those fold into the general motion to approve everything that hasn't been individually discussed.
All right, Cap, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Cap. Okay, so that leaves me. I have one change I'd like to make, and that my motion will be to amend staff's recommendations for parcels at Mission Ranch by removing the dual designation land use so that only residential medium low remains, on the condition that for the rezone application currently on file for the property, a condition of zoning is included to ensure adequate parks are required. Thank you.
Councilmember, this is items 27 through 30?
Yes, those will be items 27 through 30. All right. Councilmember Soria was my second, very quietly. Madam Clerk, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
For items 27 through 30, your vote, Councilmember Brand? Okay. And Brandow is absent. Caprielio?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? And Council President Baines?
Yes.
So it's a vote of 5-0.
All right. Thank you. I believe now that we have all of the motions, I will entertain a motion to accept staff's recommendations with the included amendments by council.
So moved.
All right. We have a second by Councilmember Brand. Madam Clerk?
See, Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow is absent. Councilmember Caprielio?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council President Baines?
Yes.
Vote of 5-0.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Appreciate that. Now we will take unscheduled communication. If we have anyone in the audience that would like to comment on anything that was not on the agenda, please come forth now. All right. Seeing none, this meeting stands